Chapter 1, Part 1, Book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Meilinger. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendra Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 1. The life must be lived before the history of a life can be written, hence it is not my life that I am writing. Having been attacked in early youth by an abominable moral malady, I relate what has happened to me during 3 years. If I were the only victim of this disease, I would say nothing, but as there are many others who suffer from the same evil, I write for them, although I am not sure that they will pay any attention to it. In case my warning is unheeded, I shall still have the widest benefit from my words in having cured myself, and, like the fox caught in a trap, I shall have devoured my captive foot. End of Chapter 1 of Part 1 of Book 1.
Chapter 2, Part 1, Book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 2. During the wars of the Empire, while the husbands and brothers were in Germany, the anxious mothers brought forth an ardent, pale, nervous generation. Conceived between 2 battles, educated amidst the noises of war, thousands of children looked about them with a somber eye while testing their puny muscles. From time to time their blood-stained fathers would appear, raise them on their gold-laced bosoms, and place them on the ground and remount their horses. The life of Europe was centered in one man. All were trying to fill their lungs with the air which he had breathed. Every year France presented that man with 300,000 of her youth. It was the tax paid to Caesar, and without that troop behind him he could not follow his fortune. It was the escort he needed that he might traverse the world and then perish in a little valley in a deserted island under the weeping willow. Never had there been so many sleepless nights as in the time of that man. Never had there been seen, hanging over the ramparts of the cities, such a nation of desolate mothers. Never was there such a silence about those who spoke of death. And yet there was never such joy, such life, such fanfares of war in all hearts. Never was there such pure sunlight as that which dried all this blood. God made the sun for this man, they said, and they called it the sun of Austerlitz. But he made this sunlight himself with his ever-thundering cannons, which dispelled all clouds but those which succeed the day of battle. It was this air of the spotless sky, where shone so much glory, where glistened so many swords, that the youth of time breathed. They well knew that they were destined to the hecatomb, but they regarded Murat as invulnerable, and the emperor had been seen to cross a bridge where so many bullets whistled that they wondered if he could die. And even if one must die, what did it matter? Death itself was so beautiful, so noble, so illustrious in his battle-scarred purple. It borrowed the color of hope. It reaped so many ripening harvests that it became young, and there was no more old age. All the cradles of France, as all its tombs, were armed with shield and buckler. There were no more old men. There were corpses or demigods. Nevertheless, the immortal emperor stood one day on a hill watching 7 nations engaged in mutual slaughter. As he did not know whether he would be the master of all the world or only half, Azrael passed along, touched him with the tip of his wing, and pushed him into the ocean. At the noise of his fall the dying powers sat up in their beds of pain, and stealthily advancing with furtive tread, all the royal spiders made the partition of Europe, and the purple of Caesar became the frock of Harlequin. Just as the traveler, sure of his way, hastens night and day through rain and sunlight, regardless of vigils or of dangers, but when he has reached his home and seated himself before the fire, he is seized upon by a feeling of extreme lassitude, and can hardly drag himself to his bed, thus France, the widow of Caesar, suddenly felt her wound. She fell through sheer exhaustion and lapsed into a sleep so profound that her old kings, believing her dead, wrapped about her a white shroud. The old army, its hair whitened in service, returned exhausted with fatigue, and the hearths of deserted castles sadly flickered into life. Then the men of the empire, who had been through so much, who had lived in such carnage, kissed their emaciated wives and spoke of their first love. They looked into the fountains of their natal prairies and found themselves so old, so mutilated, that they bethought themselves of their sons in order that they might close their eyes in peace. They asked where they were. The children came from the schools, and seeing neither sabers nor cuirasses, neither infantry nor cavalry, they asked in turn where were their fathers. They were told that the war was ended, that Caesar was dead, and that the portraits of Wellington and of Blücher were suspended in the antechambers of the consulates and the embassies, with these two words beneath, Salvatoribus Mundi. Then there seated itself on a world in ruins an anxious youth. All the children were drops of burning blood which had inundated the earth. They were born in the bosom of war, for war. For 15 years they had dreamed of the snows of Moscow and on the sun of the pyramids. They had not gone beyond their native towns, but they were told that through each gate of these towns lay the road to a capital of Europe. They had in their heads all the world. They beheld the earth, the sky, the streets and the highways. All these were empty, and the bells of parish churches resounded faintly in the distance. Pale phantoms, shrouded in black robes, slowly traversed the country. Others knocked at the doors of houses, and, when admitted, drew from their pockets large, well-worn documents with which they drove out the tenants. From every direction came men still trembling with the fear which had seized them when they fled 20 years before. All began to urge their claims, disputing loudly and crying for help. It was strange that a single death should attract so many crows. The King of France was on his throne, looking here and there to see if he could perchance find a bee in the royal tapestry. Some held out their hats, and he gave them money. Others showed him a crucifix, and he kissed it. Others contented themselves with pronouncing in his ear great names of powerful families, and he replied to these by inviting them to his grande salle, where the echoes were more sonorous. Still others showed him their old cloaks, when they had carefully effaced the bees, and to these he gave new apparel. The children saw all this, thinking that the spirit of Caesar would soon land at Cannes and breathe upon this larva, but the silence was unbroken, and they saw floating in the sky only the paleness of the lily. When these children spoke of glory, they were answered, "Become priests." When they spoke of hope, of love, of power, of life, "Become priests." And yet there mounted the rostrum a man who held in his hand a contract between the king and the people. He began by saying that glory was a beautiful thing, and ambition and war as well, but there was something still more beautiful, and it was called liberty. The children raised their heads and remembered that their grandfathers had spoken thus. They remembered having seen in certain obscure corners of the paternal home mysterious marble busts with long hair and a Latin inscription. They remembered seeing their grandsires shake their heads and speak of a stream of blood more terrible than that of the emperor. There was something in that word liberty that made their hearts beat with the memory of a terrible past and the hope of a glorious future. They trembled at the word. But returning to their homes, they encountered on the street 3 panniers which were being borne to Clamart. There were within 3 young men who had pronounced that word liberty too distinctly. A strange smile hovered on their lips at that sad sight, but other speakers mounted on the rostrum began to publicly estimate what ambition had cost, and how very dear was glory. They pointed out the horror of war, and called the hecatombs butcheries. And they spoke so often and so long that all human illusions, like the trees in autumn, fell leaf by leaf about them, and those who listened passed their hands over their foreheads as though awakened from a feverish dream. Some said, "The emperor has fallen because the people wished no more of him." Others added, "The people wished the king, no, liberty, no, reason, no, religion, no, the English Constitution, no, absolutism." And the last one said, "No, none of these things, but repose." 3 elements entered into the life which offered itself to these children. Behind them a past forever destroyed, moving uneasily on its ruins, with all the fossils of centuries of absolutism. Before them the aurora of an immense horizon, the first gleams of the future, and between these 2 worlds, something like the ocean which separates the Old World from young America, something vague and floating, a troubled sea filled with wreckage, traversed from time to time by some distant sail, or some ship breathing out a heavy vapor, the present, in a word, which separates the past from the future, which is neither the one nor the other, which resemble both, and where one cannot know whether, at each step, one is treading on a seed or a piece of refuse. It was in this chaos that choice must be made. This was the aspect presented to children full of spirit and of audacity, sons of the Empire and grandsons of the Revolution. As for the past, they would none of it. They had no faith in it. The future, they loved it, but how? As Pygmalion loved Galatea. It was for them a lover in marble, and they waited for the breath of life to animate that breast, for the blood to color those veins. There remained then the present, the spirit of the time, angel of the dawn who is neither night nor day. They found him seated on a lime sack filled with bones, clad in the mantle of egoism and shivering in terrible cold. The anguish of death entered into the soul at the sight of that specter, half mummy and half fetus. They approached it as the traveler who is shown at Strasbourg the daughter of an old Count of Sarvenden, embalmed in her bride's dress. That childish skeleton makes one shudder, for her slender and livid hand wears the wedding ring, and her head falls into dust in the midst of orange blossoms. As upon the approach of a tempest there passes through the forests a terrible sound which makes all the trees shudder, to which profound silence succeeds, thus had Napoleon in passing shaken the world. Kings felt their crowns vacillate in the storm, and raising their hands to steady them, they found only their hair, bristling with terror. The Pope had traveled 300 leagues to bless him in the name of God, and to crown him with the diadem, but Napoleon had taken it from his hands. Thus everything trembled in that dismal forest of old Europe. Then silence succeeded. It is said that when you meet a mad dog, if you keep quietly on your way without turning, the dog will merely follow you a short distance growling and showing its teeth. But if you allow yourself to be frightened into a movement of terror, if you but make a sudden step, he will leap at your throat and devour you. When the first bite has been taken, there is no escaping him. In European history it has often happened that a sovereign has made that movement of terror, and his people have devoured him. But if one had done it, all had not done it at the same time. That is to say, one king had disappeared, but not all royal majesty. Before the sword of Napoleon, majesty made this movement, this gesture which loses everything, and not only majesty, but religion, nobility, all power, both human and divine. Napoleon dead, human and divine power were reestablished, but belief in them no longer existed. A terrible danger lurks in the knowledge of what is possible, for the mind always goes farther. It is one thing to say that may be, and another thing to say that has been. It is the first bite of the dog. The deposition of Napoleon was the last flicker of the lamp of despotism. It destroyed and it parodied kings as Voltaire the Holy Scripture. And after him was heard a great noise. It was the stone of St. Helena which had just fallen on the ancient world. Immediately there appeared in the heavens the cold star of reason, and its rays, like those of the goddess of the night, shedding light without heat, enveloped the world in a livid shroud. There had been those who hated the nobles, who cried out against priests, who conspired against kings. Abuses and prejudices had been attacked, but all that was not so great a novelty as to see a smiling people. If a noble or a priest or a sovereign passed, the peasants who had made war possible began to shake their heads and say, "Ah, when we saw this man at such a time and place, he wore a different face." And when the throne and altar were mentioned, they replied, "They are made of 4 planks of wood. We have nailed them together and torn them apart." And when someone said, "People, you have recovered from the errors which led you astray. You have recalled your kings and your priests," they replied, "We have nothing to do with those prattlers." And when someone said, "People, forget the past, work and obey," they arose from their seats, and a dull rumbling could be heard. It was the rusty and notched saber in the corner of the cottage chimney. Then they hastened to add, "Then keep quiet at least, if no one harms you. Do not seek to harm." Alas, they were content with that. But youth was not content. It is certain that there are in man 2 occult powers engaged in a death struggle. The one, clear-sighted and cold, is concerned with reality, calculation, weight, and judges the past. The other is thirsty for the future and eager for the unknown. When passion sways man, reason follows him weeping and warning him of his danger. But when man listens to the voice of reason, when he stops at her request and says, "What a fool I am, where am I going?" passion calls to him, "And must I die?" A feeling of extreme uneasiness began to ferment in all young hearts. Condemned to inaction by the powers which governed the world, delivered to vulgar pedants of every kind, to idleness and to ennui, the youth saw the foaming billows which they had prepared to meet subside. All these gladiators, glistening with oil, felt in the bottom of their souls an insupportable wretchedness. The richest became libertines. Those of moderate fortune followed some profession and resigned themselves to the sword or to the robe. The poorest gave themselves up with cold enthusiasm to great thoughts, plunged into the frightful sea of aimless effort. As human weakness seeks association, and as men are herds by nature, politics became mingled with it. There were struggles with the garde du corps on the steps of the Legislative Assembly. At the theater, Talma wore a peruke which made him resemble Caesar. Everyone flocked to the burial of a liberal deputy. But of the members of the 2 parties there was not one who, upon returning home, did not bitterly realize the emptiness of his life and the feebleness of his hands. While life outside was so colorless and so mean, the interior life of society assumed a somber aspect of silence. Hypocrisy ruled in all departments of conduct. English ideas of devotion, gaiety even, had disappeared. Perhaps Providence was already preparing new ways. Perhaps the herald angel of future society was already sowing in the hearts of women the seeds of human independence. But it is certain that a strange thing suddenly happened. In all the salons of Paris, the men passed to one side and the women to the other, and thus the one clad in white like a bride, and the other in black like an orphan, began to take measurements with the eye. Let us not be deceived. That vestment of black which the men of our time wear is a terrible symbol. Before coming to this, the armor must have fallen piece by piece, and the embroidery flower by flower. Human reason has overthrown all illusions, but it bears itself in sorrow in order that it may be consoled. The customs of students and artists, those customs so free, so beautiful, so full of youth, began to experience the universal change. Men, in taking leave of women, whispered the word which wounds to the death: contempt. They plunged into the dissipation of wine and courtesans. Students and artists did the same. Love was treated as glory and religion. It was an old illusion. The grisette, that class so dreamy, so romantic, so tender, and so sweet in love, abandoned herself to the counting house and to the shop. She was poor, and no one loved her. She wanted dresses and hats, and she sold herself. Oh, misery, the young man who ought to love her, whom she loved, who used to take her to the woods of Verrières and Romainville, to the dances on the lawn, to the suppers under the trees, he who used to talk with her as she sat near the lamp in the rear of the shop on the long winter evenings, he who shared her crust of bread, moistened with the sweat of her brow, and her love at once sublime and poor, he, that same man, after having abandoned her, finds her after a night of orgy, pale and leaden, forever lost, with hunger on her lips and prostitution in her heart. About this time, two poets, whose genius was second only to that of Napoleon, consecrated their lives to the work of collecting all the elements of anguish and of grief scattered over the universe. Goethe, the patriarch of a new literature, after having painted in Werther the passion which leads to suicide, traced in his Faust the most sombre human character which has ever represented evil and unhappiness. His writings began to pass from Germany to France. From his studio, surrounded by pictures and statues, rich, happy, and at ease, he watched with a paternal smile his gloomy creations marching in dismal procession from the frontiers of France. Byron replied to him with a cry of grief which made Greece tremble, and suspended Manfred over the abyss as if nothingness had been the answer of the hideous enigma with which he enveloped him. Pardon me, O great poets, who are now but ashes and who sleep in peace. Pardon me. You are demigods, and I am only a child who suffers. But while writing all this I cannot help cursing you. Why did you not sing of the perfume of flowers, of the voices of nature, of hope and of love, of the vine and the sun, of the azure heavens and of beauty? You must have understood life, you must have suffered, and the world was crumbling to pieces about you. You wept on its ruins, and you despaired, and your mistresses were false, your friends calumniated, your compatriots misunderstood, and your heart was empty. Death was in your eyes, and you were the very colossi of grief. But tell me, you noble Goethe, was there no more consoling voice in the religious murmur of your old German forests? You, for whom beautiful poesy was the sister of science, could you with their aid find in immortal nature no healing plant for the heart of their favorite? You, who were a pantheist, an antique poet of Greece, a lover of sacred forms, could you not put a little honey in the beautiful vases you made? You, who had only to smile and allow the bees to come to your lips. And thou Byron, hadst thou not near Ravenna, under the orange trees of Italy, under the beautiful Venetian sky, near thy dear Adriatic, hadst thou not thy well-beloved? O God, I who speak to you, and who am only a feeble child, I have perhaps known sorrows that you have never suffered, and yet I believe and I hope, and yet I bless God. When English and German ideas passed thus over our heads, there ensued disgust and mournful silence, followed by a terrible convulsion. For to formulate general ideas is to change saltpeter into powder, and the Homeric brain of the great Goethe had sucked up, as an alembic all the juice of the forbidden fruit. Those who did not read him did not believe it, knew nothing of it. Poor creatures! The explosion carried them away like grains of dust into the abyss of universal doubt. It was a degeneration of all things of heaven and of earth that might be termed disenchantment, or, if you preferred, despair, as if humanity in lethargy had been pronounced dead by those who held its place. Like a soldier who was asked, "In what do you believe?" and who replied, "In myself." Thus the youth of France, hearing that question, replied, "In nothing." Then they formed into two camps. On one side the exalted spirits, sufferers, all the expansive souls who had need of the infinite, bowed their heads and wept. They wrapped themselves in unhealthy dreams, and there could be seen nothing but broken reeds on an ocean of bitterness. On the other side the men of the flesh remained standing, inflexible in the midst of positive joys, and cared nothing except to count the money they had acquired. It was only a sob and a burst of laughter, the one coming from the soul, the other from the body. This is what the soul said: "Alas, alas, religion has departed, the clouds of heaven fall in rain. We have no longer either hope or expectation, not even two little pieces of black wood in the shape of a cross before which to clasp our hands. The star of the future is loath to rise, it cannot get above the horizon. It is enveloped in clouds, and like the sun in winter, its disk is the color of blood, as in '93. There is no more love, no more glory. What heavy darkness over all the earth! And we shall be dead when the day breaks." This is what the body said: "Man is here below to satisfy his senses. He has more or less of white or yellow metal, to which he owes more or less esteem. To eat, to drink, and to sleep, that is life. As for the bonds which exist between men, friendship consists in loaning money, but one rarely has a friend whom one loves enough for that. Kinship determines inheritance. Love is an exercise of the body. The only intellectual joy is vanity." Like the Asiatic plague, exhaled from the vapors of the Ganges, frightful despair stalked over the earth. Already Chateaubriand, prince of poesy, wrapping the horrible idol in his pilgrim's mantle, had placed it on a marble altar in the midst of perfumes and holy incense. Already the children were tightening their idle hands and drinking in their bitter cup the poisoned brewage of doubt. Already things were drifting toward the abyss when the jackals suddenly emerged from the earth. A cadaverous and infected literature, which had no form but that of ugliness, began to sprinkle with fetid blood all the monsters of nature. Who will dare to recount what was passing in the colleges? Men doubted everything. The young men denied everything. The poets sung of despair. The youth came from the schools with serene brow, their faces glowing with health and blasphemy in their mouths. Moreover, the French character, being by nature gay and open, readily assimilated English and German ideas, but hearts, too light to struggle and to suffer, withered like crushed flowers. Thus the principle of death descended slowly and without shock from the head to the bowels. Instead of having the enthusiasm of evil, we had only the negation of good. Instead of despair, insensibility. Children of 15, seated listlessly under flowering shrubs, conversed for pastime on subjects which would have made shudder with terror the motionless groves of Versailles. The communion of Christ, the host, whose wafers that stand as the eternal symbol of divine love, were used to seal letters. The children spit upon the bread of God. Happy they who escaped those times. Happy they who passed over the abyss while looking up to heaven. There are such, doubtless, and they will pity us. It is unfortunately true that there is in blasphemy a certain discharge of power which solaces the burdened heart. When an atheist, drawing his watch, gave God a quarter of an hour in which to strike him dead, it is certain that it was a quarter of an hour of wrath and of atrocious joy. It was the paroxysm of despair, a nameless appeal to all celestial powers. It was a poor wretched creature squirming under the foot that was crushing him. It was a loud cry of pain. And who knows, in the eyes of Him who sees all things, it was perhaps a prayer. Thus these youth found employment for their idle powers in a fondness of despair. To scoff at glory, at religion, at love, at all the world, is a great consolation for those who do not know what they do. They mock at themselves, and in doing so prove the correctness of their view. And then it is pleasant to believe oneself unhappy when one is only idle and tired. Debauchery, moreover, the first conclusion of the principle of death, is a terrible millstone for grinding the energies. The rich said, "There is nothing real but riches, all else is but a dream. Let us enjoy, and then let us die." Those of moderate fortune said, "There is nothing real but oblivion, all else is a dream. Let us forget, and let us die." And the poor said, "There is nothing real but unhappiness, all else is a dream. Let us blaspheme and die." Is this too black? Is it exaggerated? What do you think of it? Am I a misanthrope? Allow me to make a reflection. In reading the history of the fall of the Roman Empire, it is impossible to overlook the evil that the Chustions, so admirable in the desert, did the state when they were in power. "When I think," said Montesquieu, "of the profound ignorance into which the Greek clergy plunged the laity, I am obliged to compare them to the Scythians of whom Herodotus speaks, who put out the eyes of their slaves in order that nothing might distract their attention from their work. No affair of state, no peace, no truce, no negotiation, no marriage could be transacted by anyone but the clergy. The evils of this system were beyond belief." Montesquieu might have added, "Christianity destroyed the emperors, but it saved the people. It opened to the barbarians the palaces of Constantinople, but it opened the doors of cottages to the ministering angels of Christ. It had much to do with the great ones of the earth. And what is more interesting than the death rattle of an empire, corrupt to the very marrow of its bones, than the somber galvanism under the influence of which the skeleton of tyranny danced upon the tombs of Heliogalibus and Caracalla? What a beautiful thing that the mummy of Rome, embalmed in the perfumes of Nero, and swathed in the shroud of Tiberius! It had to do, messieurs the politicians, with finding the poor and giving them life and peace. It had to do with allowing the worms and tumors to destroy the monuments of shame, while drawing from the ribs of this mummy a virgin as beautiful as the mother of the Redeemer, Hope, the friend of the oppressed. This is what Christianity did. And now, after many years, what have they who destroyed it done? They saw that the poor allowed themselves to be oppressed by the rich, the feeble by the strong, because of that saying, "The rich and the strong will oppress me on earth, but when they wish to enter paradise, I shall be at the door, and I will accuse them before the tribunal of God." And so, alas, they were patient. The antagonists of Christ therefore said to the poor, "You wait patiently for the day of justice. There is no justice. You wait for the life eternal to achieve your vengeance. There is no life eternal. You gather up your tears and those of your family, the cries of children and the sobs of women, to place them at the feet of God at the hour of death. There is no God." Then it is certain that the poor man dried his tears, that he told his wife to check her sobs, his children to come with him, and that he stood upon the earth with the power of a bull. He said to the rich, Thou who oppressest me, thou art only man. And to the priest, Thou who hast consoled me, thou hast lied. That was just what the antagonists of Christ desired. Perhaps they thought this was the way to achieve man's happiness, sending him out to the conquest of liberty. But if the poor man, once satisfied that the priests deceive him, that the rich rob him, that all men have rights, that all good is of this world, and that misery is impiety, the poor man, believing in himself and in his two arms, says to himself some fine day, "War on the rich. For me, happiness here in this life, since there is no other. For me, the earth, since heaven is empty. For me and for all, since all are equal." O reasoners sublime who have led him to this! What will you say to him if he is conquered? Doubtless you are philanthropists. Doubtless you are right about the future, and the day will come when you will be blessed. But thus far we have not blessed you. When the oppressor said, "This world for me," the oppressed replied, "Heaven for me." Now what can he say? All the evils of the present come from two causes. The people who have passed through 1793 and 1814 nurse wounds in their hearts. That which was is no more. What will be is not yet. Do not seek elsewhere the cause of our malady. Here is a man whose house falls in ruins. He has torn it down in order to build another. The rubbish encumbers the spot, and he waits for fresh materials for his new home. At the moment he is prepared to cut the stone and mix the cement, while standing, pick in hand, with sleeves rolled up, he is informed that there is no more stone, and is advised to whiten the old material and make the best possible use of that. What can you expect this man to do who is unwilling to build his nest out of ruins? The quarry is deep, the tools too weak to hew out the stones. "Wait," they say to him, "we will draw out the stones one by one, hope, work, advance, withdraw." What do they not tell him? And in the meantime he has lost his old house, and has not yet built the new. He does not know where to protect himself from the rain, or how to prepare his evening meal, nor where to work, nor where to sleep, nor where to die, and his children are newly born. I am much deceived if we do not resemble that man. O people of the future, when on a warm summer day you bend over your plows in the green fields of your native land, when you see, in the pure sunlight under a spotless sky, the earth, your fruitful mother, smiling in her matutinal robe on the workman, her well-beloved child, when drying on your brow the holy baptism of sweat, you cast your eye over the vast horizon, when there will not be one blade higher than another in the human harvest, but only violets and marguerites in the midst of ripening sheaves. O free men, when you thank God that you were born for that harvest, think of those who are no more. Tell yourself that we have dearly purchased the repose which you enjoy. Pity us more than all your fathers, for we have suffered the evil which entitled them to pity, and we have lost that which consoled them. End of Chapter 2, Part 1.
Chapter 3, Part 1, Book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jesse. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 3. I must explain how I was first taken with the malady of the age. I attended a great supper after a masquerade. About me, my friends richly costumed. On all sides, young men and women, all sparkling with beauty and joy. On the right and on the left exquisite dishes, flagons, splendor, flowers. Above my head a fine orchestra, and before me my mistress, a superb creature whom I idolized. I was then 19. I had experienced no great misfortune. I had suffered from no disease. My character was at once haughty and frank, my heart full of the hopes of youth. The fumes of wine fermented in my head. It was one of those moments of intoxication when all that one sees and hears speaks to one of the adored. All nature appeared then a beautiful stone with 1,000 facets on which was engraven the mysterious name. One would willingly embrace all who smile, and one feels that he is brother of all who live. My mistress had granted me a rendezvous for the night, and I was gently raising my glass to my lips while my eyes were fixed on her. As I turned to take a napkin, my fork fell. I stooped to pick it up, and not finding it at first, I raised the tablecloth to see where it had rolled. I then saw under the table my mistress's foot. It rested on that of a young man seated beside her. From time to time they exchanged a gentle pressure. Perfectly calm, I asked for another fork and continued my supper. My mistress and her neighbor were also, on their side, very quiet, talking but little and never looking at each other. The young man had his elbows on the table and was chatting with another woman who was showing him her necklace and bracelets. My mistress sat motionless, her eyes fixed and filled with languor. I watched both of them during the entire supper, and I saw nothing either in their gestures or in their faces that could betray them. Finally, at dessert, I dropped my napkin and, stooping down, saw that they were still in the same position. I had promised to take my mistress to her home that night. She was a widow and therefore quite at liberty, living alone with an old relative who served as chaperon. As I was crossing the hall, she called to me. "Come, Octave," she said. "Here I am. Let us go." I laughed and passed out without replying. After walking a short distance, I sat down on a stone projecting from a wall. I do not know what my thoughts were. I sat as though stupefied by the infidelity of that woman of whom I had never been jealous, whom I had never had cause to suspect. What I had seen left no room for doubt. I was stunned as though by a blow from a club. The only thing I remember doing as I sat there was looking mechanically up at the sky, and seeing a star spin across the heavens, I saluted that fugitive gleam in which poets see a blasted world, and gravely took off my hat to it. I returned to my home very quietly, experiencing nothing, as though deprived of sensation and reflection. I undressed and retired. Hardly had my head touched the pillow when the spirit of vengeance seized me with such force that I suddenly sat bolt upright against the wall as though all my muscles were made of wood. I jumped from my bed with a cry of pain. I could walk only on my heels, the nerves in my toes were so irritated. I passed an hour in this way, completely foolish and stiff as a skeleton. It was the first burst of passion I had ever experienced. The man I had surprised with my mistress was one of my most intimate friends. I went to his house the next day in company with a young lawyer named Desgenais. We took pistols, another witness, and repaired to the woods of Vincennes. On the way I avoided speaking to my adversary or even approaching him. Thus I resisted the temptation to insult or strike him, a useless form of violence at a time when the law recognized the code. But I could not remove my eyes from him. He was the companion of my childhood, and we had lived in the closest intimacy for many years. He understood perfectly my love for my mistress, and had several times intimated that bonds of this kind were sacred to a friend, and that he would be incapable of an attempt to supplant me even if he loved the same woman. In short, I had perfect confidence in him, and I had perhaps never pressed the hand of any human creature more cordially than his. My glance was eager and curious as I scrutinized this man, whom I had heard speak of love as an antique hero, and whom I had caught caressing my mistress. It was the first time in my life I had seen a monster. I measured him with a haggard eye to see how he was made. He whom I had known since he was 10 years old, with whom I had lived in the most perfect friendship. It seemed to me I had never seen him. Allow me a comparison. There is a Spanish play, familiar to all the world, in which a stone statue comes to sup with a debauchee sent thither by divine justice. The debauchee puts a good face on the matter and forces himself to affect indifference, but the statue asks for his hand, and when he has extended it, he feels himself seized by a mortal chill and falls in convulsions. Whenever I have loved and confided in any one, either friend or mistress, and suddenly discover that I have been deceived, I can only describe the effect produced on me by comparing it to the clasp of that marble hand. It is the actual impression of marble. It is as though a man of stone had kissed me. Alas! This horrible apparition has knocked more than once at my door. More than once we have supped together. When the arrangements were all made, we placed ourselves in line, facing each other and slowly advancing. My adversary fired the first shot, wounding me in the right arm. I immediately seized my pistol in the other hand, but my strength failed. I could not raise it. I fell on one knee. Then I saw my enemy running up to me with an expression of great anxiety on his face and very pale. My seconds hastened to my side, seeing that I was wounded, but he pushed them aside and seized my wounded arm. His teeth were set, and I could see that he was suffering intense anguish. His agony was the most frightful that man can experience. "Go!" he cried. "Go dress your wound at the house of—" He choked, and so did I. I was placed in a cab where I found a physician. My wound was not dangerous, the bone being untouched, but I was in such a state of excitation that it was impossible to properly dress my wound. As they were about to drive from the field, I saw a trembling hand at the door of my cab. It was my adversary. I shook my head in reply. I was in such a rage that I could not pardon him, although I felt that his repentance was sincere. By the time I reached home, I had lost much blood and felt relieved, for feebleness saved me from the force of anger which was doing me more harm than my wound. I willingly retired to my bed and called for a glass of water, which I quickly swallowed with relish. but I was soon attacked by fever. It was then I began to shed tears. I could understand that my mistress had ceased to love me, but not that she could deceive me. I could not comprehend why a woman who was forced to it by neither duty nor interest could lie to one man when she loved another. 20 times a day I asked my friend Desgenais how that could be possible. If I were her husband, I said, or if I supported her, I could easily understand how she might be tempted to deceive me. But if she no longer loves me, why deceive me? I did not understand how any one could lie for love. I was but a child then, but I confess that I do not understand it yet. Every time I have loved a woman, I have told her of it, and when I ceased to love her, I confessed it to her with the same sincerity, having always thought that in matters of this kind the will was not concerned, and that there was no crime but falsehood. To all this Desgenais replied: "She is unworthy. Promise me that you will never see her again." I solemnly promised. He advised me, moreover, not to write to her, not even to reproach her, and if she wrote to me, not to reply. I promised all that with some surprise that he should consider it necessary to exact such a promise. Nevertheless, the first thing I did when I was able to leave my room was to visit my mistress. I found her alone, seated in the corner of the room with an expression of sorrow on her face and an appearance of general disorder in her surroundings. I overwhelmed her with violent reproaches. I was intoxicated with despair. In a paroxysm of grief I fell on the bed and gave free course to my tears. "Ah, faithless one! Wretch!" I cried between my sobs. "You knew that it would kill me. Did the prospect please you? What have I done to you?" She threw her arms around my neck, saying that she had been seduced, that my rival had intoxicated her at that fatal supper, but that she had never been his, that she had abandoned herself in a moment of forgetfulness, that she had committed a fault, but not a crime, but that if I would not pardon her, she too would die. All that sincere repentance has of tears, all that sorrow has of eloquence, she exhausted to console me. Pale and distressed, her dress deranged and her hair falling over her shoulders, she kneeled in the middle of her chamber. Never have I seen anything so beautiful, and I shuddered with horror as my senses revolted at the sight. I went away crushed, scarcely able to direct my tottering steps. I wished never to see her again, but in a quarter of an hour I returned. I do not know what desperate resolve I had formed. I experienced a dull desire to possess her once more, to drain the cup of tears and bitterness to the dregs, and then to die with her. In short, I abhorred her and I idolized her. I felt that her love was my ruin, but that to live without her was impossible. I mounted the stairs like a flash. I spoke to none of the servants, but, familiar with the house, opened the door of her chamber. I found her seated calmly before her toilet table, covered with jewels. She held in her hand a piece of crape which she passed gently over her cheeks. I thought I was dreaming. It did not seem possible that this was the woman I had left just 15 minutes before, overwhelmed with grief, abased to the floor. I was as motionless as a statue. She, hearing the door open, turned her head and smiled. "Is it you?" she said. She was going to the ball and was expecting my arrival. As she recognized me, she compressed her lips and frowned. I started to leave the room. I looked at her bare neck, lithe and perfumed, on which rested her knotted hair, confined by a jeweled comb. That neck, the seat of vital force, was blacker than Hades. 2 shining tresses had fallen there, and some light silvern hairs balanced above it. Her shoulders and neck, whiter than milk, displayed a heavy growth of down. There was in that knotted head of hair something indescribably immodest, which seemed to mock me when I thought of the disorder in which I had seen her a moment before. I suddenly stepped up to her and struck that neck with the back of my hand. My mistress gave vent to a cry of terror, and fell on her hands, while I hastened from the room. When I reached my room, I was again attacked by fever and was obliged to take to my bed. My wound had reopened and I suffered great pain. Desgenais came to see me and I told him what had happened. He listened in silence, then paced up and down the room as though undecided as to his course. Finally he stopped before my bed and burst out laughing. "Is she your first mistress?" he asked. "No," I replied, "she is my last." Toward midnight, while sleeping restlessly, I seemed to hear in my dreams a profound sigh. I opened my eyes and saw my mistress standing near my bed with arms crossed, looking like a spectre. I could not restrain a cry of fright, believing it to be an apparition conjured up by my diseased brain. I leaped from my bed and fled to the farther end of the room, but she followed me. "It is I," said she. Putting her arms around me, she drew me to her. "What do you want of me?" I cried. "Leave me! I fear I shall kill you." "Very well, kill me," she said. "I have deceived you, I have lied to you. I am an infamous wretch and I am miserable. But I love you and I can not live without you." I looked at her. How beautiful she was! Her body was quivering, her eyes languid with love and moist with voluptuousness. Her bosom was bare, her lips burning. I raised her in my arms. "Very well," I said, "but before God who sees us, by the soul of my father, I swear that I will kill you and that I will die with you." I took a knife from the table and placed it under the pillow. "Come, Octave," she said, smiling and kissing me. "Do not be foolish. Come, my dear, all these horrors have unsettled your mind. You are feverish. Give me that knife." I saw that she wished to take it. "Listen to me," I then said. "I do not know what comedy you are playing, but as for me, I am in earnest. I have loved you as only a man can love, and to my sorrow, I love you still. You have just told me that you love me, and I hope it is true. But, by all that is sacred, if I am your lover to night, no one shall take my place to morrow. Before God, I repeated, I would not take you back as my mistress, for I hate you as much as I love you. Before God, if you consent to stay here tonight, I will kill you in the morning." When I had spoken these words, I fell into a delirium. She threw her cloak over her shoulders and fled from the room. When I told Desgenais about it, he said, "Why did you do that? You must be very much disgusted, for she is a beautiful woman." "Are you joking?" I asked. "Do you think such a woman could be my mistress? Do you think I would ever consent to share her with another? Do you know that she confesses that another possesses her, and do you expect me, loving her as I do, to share my love? If that is the way you love, I pity you." Desgenais replied that he was not so particular. "My dear Octave," he added, "you are very young. You want many things, beautiful things, which do not exist. You believe in a singular sort of love. Perhaps you are capable of it. I believe you are, but I do not envy you. You will have other mistresses, my friend, and you will live to regret what happened last night. If that woman came to you, it is certain that she loved you. Perhaps she does not love you at this moment, indeed she may be in the arms of another, but she loved you last night in that room, and what should you care for the rest? You will regret it, believe me, for she will not come again. A woman pardons everything except such a slight. Her love for you must have been something terrible when she came to you knowing and confessing herself guilty, risking rebuff and contempt at your hands. Believe me, you will regret it, for I am satisfied that you will soon be cured." There was such an air of simple conviction about my friend's words, such a despairing certainty based on experience, that I shuddered as I listened. While he was speaking, I felt a strong desire to go to my mistress, or to write to her to come to me. I was so weak that I could not leave my bed, and that saved me from the shame of finding her waiting for my rival or perhaps in his company. But I could write to her. In spite of myself, I doubted whether she would come if I should write. When Desgenais left me, I became so desperate that I resolved to put an end to my trouble. After a terrible struggle, horror got the better of love. I wrote my mistress that I would never see her again, and begged her not to try to see me unless she wished to be exposed to the shame of being refused admittance. I called a servant and ordered him to deliver the letter at once. He had hardly closed the door when I called him back. He did not hear me. I did not dare call again. Covering my face with my hands, I yielded to an overwhelming sense of despair. End of chapter 3, part 1, book 1. Chapter 4, part 1, book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 4. The following morning, the first question that occurred to my mind was, what shall I do? I had no occupation. I had studied medicine and law without being able to decide on either of the two professions. I had worked for a banker for 6 months, and my services were so unsatisfactory that I was obliged to resign to avoid being discharged. My studies had been varied but superficial. My memory was active but not retentive. My only treasure after love was independence. In my childhood I had devoted myself to a morose cult, and had, so to speak, consecrated my heart to it. One day my father, solicitous about my future, spoke to me of several careers between which he allowed me to choose. I was leaning on the window sill, looking at a solitary poplar tree that was swaying in the breeze down in the garden. I thought over all the various occupations, and wondered which one I should choose. I turned them all over, one after another, in my mind, and then, not feeling inclined to any of them, I allowed my thoughts to wander. Suddenly it seemed to me that I felt the earth move, and that a secret, invisible force was slowly dragging me into space, and becoming tangible to my senses. I saw it mount into the sky. I seemed to be on a ship. The poplar near my window resembled a mast. I arose, stretched out my arms, and cried: "It is little enough to be a passenger for 1 day on this ship floating through space. It is little enough to be a man, a black point on that ship. I will be a man, but not any particular kind of man." Such was the first vow that, at the age of 14, I pronounced in the face of nature, and since then I have tried to do nothing except in obedience to my father, never being able to overcome my repugnance. I was therefore free, not through indolence but by choice; loving, moreover, all that God had made, and very little that man had made. Of life I knew nothing but love, of the world only my mistress, and I did not care to know anything more. So, falling in love upon leaving college, I sincerely believed that it was for life, and every other thought disappeared. My life was sedentary. I was accustomed to pass the day with my mistress. My greatest pleasure was to lead her through the fields on beautiful summer days, the sight of nature in her splendor having ever been for me the most powerful incentive to love. In winter, as she enjoyed society, we attended numerous balls and masquerades, and because I thought of no one but her, I fondly imagined her equally true to me. To give you an idea of my state of mind, I cannot do better than compare it to one of those rooms, such as we see in these days, where are collected and confounded all the furniture of all times and all countries. Our age has no form of its own. We have impressed the seal of our time on neither our houses, nor our gardens, nor anything that is ours. On the street may be seen men who have their beards cut as in the time of Henry III, others who are clean-shaven, others who have their hair arranged as in the time of Raphael, others as in the time of Christ. So the homes of the rich are cabinets of curiosities, the antique, the Gothic, the taste of the Renaissance, that of Louis XIII, all pell-mell. In short, we have every century except our own, a thing which has never been seen at any other epoch. Eclecticism is our taste. We take everything we find, this for beauty, that for utility, this other for antiquity, such another for its ugliness even, so that we live surrounded by debris as though the end of the world were at hand. Such was the state of my mind. I had read much; moreover, I had learned to paint. I knew by heart a great many things, but nothing in order, so that my head was like a sponge, swollen but empty. I fell in love with all the poets one after another, but being of an impressionable nature, the last comer always disgusted me with the rest. I had made of myself a great warehouse of ruins, so that having no more thirst after drinking of the novel and the unknown, I became a ruin myself. Nevertheless, about that ruin there was still something of youth. It was the hope of my heart which was still childlike. That hope which nothing had withered or corrupted, and that love had exalted to excess, had now received a mortal wound. The perfidy of my mistress had struck deep, and when I thought of it, I felt in my soul a swooning away, a convulsive flutter as of a wounded bird in agony. Society, which works so much evil, is like that serpent of the Indies, whose dwelling is the leaf of a plant which cures its sting. It presents in nearly every case the remedy by the side of the suffering it has caused. For example, the man whose life is one of routine, who has his business cares to claim his attention upon rising, visits at such an hour, loves at another, can lose his mistress and suffer no evil effects. His occupations and his thoughts are like impassive soldiers ranged in line of battle. A single shot strikes one down, his neighbors fill up the gap, and the line is intact. I had not that resource, since I was alone. Nature, the kind mother, seemed, on the contrary, more vast and more empty than ever. If I had been able to forget my mistress, I would have been saved. How many there are who can be cured with even less than that! Such men are incapable of loving a faithless woman, and their conduct, under the circumstances, is admirable in its firmness. But is it thus that one loves at 19? When, knowing nothing of the world, desiring everything, the young man feels within him the germ of all the passions? On the right, on the left, below, on the horizon, everywhere some voice which calls him. All is desire, all is reverie. There is no reality which holds him when the heart is young. There is no oak so gnarled that it may not give birth to a dryad. And if one had 100 arms, one need not fear to open them. One has but to clasp his mistress, and all is well. As for me, I did not understand what else there was to do besides love, and when anyone spoke to me of another occupation, I did not reply. My passion for my mistress had something fierce about it, as all my life had been severely monachal. I wish to cite a single example. She gave me her portrait in miniature in a medallion. I wore it over my heart, a practice much affected by men. But one day, while idly rummaging about a shop filled with curiosities, I found an iron discipline whip, such as was used by the medieval flagellants. At the end of this whip was a metal plate bristling with sharp iron points. I had the medallion riveted to this plate, and then returned it to its place over my heart. The sharp points pierced my bosom with every movement, and caused such a strange, voluptuous anguish that I sometimes pressed it down with my hand in order to intensify the sensation. I knew very well that I was committing folly. Love is responsible for many others. When that woman deceived me, I removed the cruel medallion. I can not tell with what sadness I detached that iron girdle, and what a sigh escaped me when it was gone. "Ah, poor wounds," I said, "you will soon heal, but what balm is there for that other, deeper wound?" I had reason to hate that woman. She was, so to speak, mingled with the blood of my veins. I cursed her, but I dreamed of her. What could I do with a dream? By what effort of the will could I drown memory of flesh and blood? Macbeth, having killed Duncan, saw that the ocean would not wash his hands clean again. It would not have washed away my wounds. I said to Desgenais, "When I sleep, her head is on my pillow." My life had been wrapped up in that woman. To doubt her was to doubt all. To deny her, to curse all. To lose her, to renounce all. I no longer went out. The world seemed to be peopled with monsters, with horned deer and crocodiles. To all that was said to distract my mind, I replied, "Yes, that is all very well, but you may rest assured I shall do nothing of the kind." I sat in my window and said, "She will come, I am sure of it. She is coming. She is turning the corner at this moment. I can feel her approach. She can no more live without me than I without her. What shall I say? How shall I receive her?" Then the thought of her perfidy recurred to me. "Ah, let her come! I will kill her." Since my last letter I had heard nothing of her. What is she doing? I asked myself. She loves another? Then I will love another also. Whom shall I love? While casting about, I heard a far distant voice crying, "Thou? Love another? Two beings who love, who embrace, and who are not thou and I? Is such a thing possible? Are you a fool?" "Coward," said Desgenais, "when will you forget that woman? Is she such a great loss? Take the first comer and console yourself." "No," I replied, "it is not such a great loss. Have I not done what I ought? Have I not driven her away from here? What have you to say to that? The rest concerns me. The bull wounded in the arena is at liberty to go to sleep in a corner with the sword of the matador in his shoulder, and die in peace. What can I do, tell me? What do you mean by first comer? You will show me a cloudless sky, trees and houses, men who talk, drink, sing, women who dance, and horses that gallop. All that is not life. It is the noise of life. Go, go, leave me in peace." End of chapter 4, part 1, book 1. Chapter 5, part 1, book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 5. When Desgenais saw that my despondency was incurable, that I would neither listen to any advice nor leave my room, he took the matter seriously. I saw him enter one evening with an expression of gravity on his face. He spoke of my mistress and continued in his tone of sadness, saying all manner of evil of women. While he was speaking, I was leaning on my elbow, and rising in my bed, I listened attentively. It was one of those somber evenings when the sighing of the wind resembled the moans of a dying man. A storm was brewing, and between the splashes of rain on the windows there was the silence of death. All nature suffers in such moments. The trees writhe in pain and twist their heads. The birds of the fields cower under the bushes. The streets of cities are deserted. I was suffering from my wound. But a short time before, I had a mistress and a friend. The mistress had deceived me, and the friend had stretched me on a bed of pain. I could not clearly distinguish what was passing in my head. It seemed to me that I was under the influence of a horrible dream, and that I had but to awake to find myself cured. At times it seemed that my entire life had been a dream, ridiculous and childish, the falseness of which had just been disclosed. Desgenais was seated near the lamp at my side. He was firm and serious, although a smile hovered about his lips. He was a man of heart, but as dry as a pumice stone. An early experience had made him bald before his time. He knew life and had suffered. But his grief was a cuirass. He was a materialist, and he waited for death. "Octave," he said, "after what has happened to you, I see that you believe in love such as the poets and romancers have represented. In a word, you believe in what is said here below, and not in what is done. That is because you do not reason soundly, and it may lead you into great misfortune. The poets represent love as the sculptors design beauty, as the musicians create melody. That is to say, endowed with an exquisite nervous organization, they gather up with discerning ardor the purest elements of life, the most beautiful lines of matter, and the most harmonious voices of nature. There was, it is said, at Athens a great number of beautiful girls. Praxiteles designed them all, one after another. Then from all these diverse types of beauty, each one of which had its defects, he formed a single faultless beauty and created Venus. The first man who created a musical instrument, and who gave to that art its rules and its laws, had for a long time listened to the murmuring of reeds and the singing of birds. Thus the poets who understand life, after having known much of love more or less transitory, after having felt that sublime exaltation which passion can for the moment inspire, deducting from human nature all elements which degrade it, created the mysterious names which through the ages are passed from lip to lip: Daphne and Chloe, Hero and Leander, Pyramus and Thisbe. To try to find in real life such love as this, eternal and absolute, is the same thing as to seek on the public squares such a woman as Venus, or to expect nightingales to sing the symphonies of Beethoven. Perfection does not exist. To comprehend it is the triumph of human intelligence. To desire to possess it, the most dangerous of follies. Open your window, Octave. Do you not see the infinite? You try to form some idea of a thing that has no limits. You who were born yesterday and who will die tomorrow. This spectacle of immensity in every country in the world produces the wildest illusions. Religions are born of it. It was to possess the infinite that Cato cut his throat, that the Christians delivered themselves to lions, the Huguenots to the Catholics. All the people of the earth have stretched out their hands to that immensity and have longed to plunge into it. The fool wishes to possess heaven, the sage admires it, kneels before it, but does not desire it. Perfection, my friend, is no more made for us than infinity. We must seek for nothing in it, demand nothing of it, neither love nor beauty, happiness nor virtue. But we must love it if we would be virtuous, if we would attain the greatest happiness of which man is capable. Let us suppose you have in your study a picture by Raphael that you consider perfect. Let us suppose that upon a close examination you discover in one of the figures a gross defect of design, a limb distorted, or a muscle that belies nature, such as has been discovered, they say, in one of the arms of an antique gladiator. You would experience a feeling of displeasure, but you would not throw that picture in the fire. You would merely say that it is not perfect, but that it has qualities that are worthy of admiration. There are women whose natural singleness of heart and sincerity are such that they could not have two lovers at the same time. You believed your mistress such a one. That is best, I admit. You have discovered that she has deceived you. Does that oblige you to despise and to abuse her, to believe her deserving of your hatred? Even if your mistress had never deceived you, even if at this moment she loved none other than you, think, Octave, how far her love would still be from perfection, how human it would be, how small, how restrained by the hypocrisies and conventionalities of the world. Remember that another man possessed her before you, that many others will possess her after you. Reflect. What drives you at this moment to despair is the idea of perfection in your mistress, the idea that has been shattered. But when you understand that the first idea itself was human, small and restricted, you will see that it is little more than a round in the rotten ladder of human imperfection. I think you will readily admit that your mistress has had other admirers and that she will have still others in the future. You will doubtless reply that it matters little so long as she loved you. But I ask you, since she has had others, what difference does it make whether it was yesterday or 2 years ago? Since she loves but one at a time, what does it matter whether it is during an interval of 2 years or the course of a single night? Are you a man, Octave? Do you see the leaves falling from the trees, the sun rising and setting? Do you hear the ticking of the clock of time with each pulsation of your heart? Is there, then, such a difference between the love of a year and the love of an hour? I challenge you to answer that, you fool, as you sit there looking out at the infinite through a window not larger than your hand. You consider that woman faithful who loves you 2 years. You must have an almanac that will indicate just how long it takes for an honest man's kisses to dry on a woman's lips. You make a distinction between the woman who sells herself for money and the one who gives herself for pleasure, between the one who gives herself through pride and the one who gives herself through devotion. Among women who are for sale, some cost more than others. Among those who are sought for pleasure, some inspire more confidence than others. And among those who are worthy of devotion, there are some who receive 1/3 of a man's heart, others 1/4, others 1/2, depending upon her education, her manner, her name, her birth, her beauty, her temperament, according to the occasion, according to what is said, according to the time, according to what you have had to drink for dinner. You love women, Octave, because you are young, ardent, because your features are regular and your hair dark and glossy. But you do not, for all that, understand woman. Nature, having all, desires the reproduction of beings. Everywhere, from the summit of the mountain to the bottom of the sea, life is opposed to death. God, to conserve the work of his hands, has established this law that the greatest pleasure of all loving beings shall be the act of generation. Oh, my friend, when you feel bursting on your lips the vow of eternal love, do not be afraid to yield, but do not confound wine with intoxication. Do not think the cup divine because the draught is of celestial flavor. Do not be astonished to find it broken and empty in the evening. It is but woman, it is a fragile vase, made of earth by a potter. Thank God for giving you a glimpse of heaven, but do not imagine yourself a bird because you can flap your wings. The birds themselves cannot escape the clouds. There is a sphere where air fails them, and the lark rising with its song into the morning fog sometimes falls back dead in the field. Take love as a sober man takes wine. Do not become a drunkard. If your mistress is sincere and faithful, love her for that. But if she is not, if she is merely young and beautiful, love her for that. If she is agreeable and spirituelle, love her for that. If she is none of these things, but merely loves you, love her for that. Love does not come to us every day. Do not tear your hair and stab yourself because you have a rival. You say that your mistress deceives you for another. It is your pride that suffers. But change the words. Say that it is for you that she deceives him. And behold, you are happy. Do not make a rule of conduct, and do not say that you wish to be loved exclusively. For in saying that, as you are a man and inconstant yourself, you are forced to add tacitly, as far as possible. Take time as it comes, the wind as it blows, woman as she is. The Spaniards first among women love faithfully. Their heart is sincere and violent, but they wear a dagger just above it. Italian women are lascivious. The English are exalted and melancholy, cold and unnatural. The German women are tender and sweet, but colorless and monotonous. The French are spirituelle, elegant, and voluptuous, but they lie like demons. Above all, do not accuse women of being what they are. We have made them thus, undoing the work of nature. Nature, who thinks of everything, made the virgin for love, but with her first child her bosom loses its form, her beauty its freshness. Woman is made for motherhood. Man would perhaps abandon her, disgusted by the loss of beauty, but his child clings to him and weeps. Behold the family, the human law. Everything that departs from this law is monstrous. Civilization thwarts the ends of nature. In our cities, according to our customs, the virgin destined by nature for the open air, made to bask in the sunlight, to admire the nude restless as in Lacedaemonia, to choose and to love, is shut up in close confinement and bolted in. Yet she hides romance under her cross. Pale and idle she fades away, and loses in the silence of the nights that beauty that stifles her and which has need of the open air. Then she is suddenly taken from this solitude, knowing nothing, loving nothing, desiring everything. An old woman instructs her, a mysterious word is whispered in her ear, and she is thrown into the arms of a stranger. There you have marriage, that is to say, the civilized family. A child is born. This poor creature has lost her beauty, and she has never loved. The child is brought to her with the words, "You are a mother." She replies, "I am not a mother. Take that child to some woman who can nurse it. I cannot." Her husband tells her that she is right, that her child would be disgusted with her. She receives careful attention and is soon cured of the disease of maternity. A month later she may be seen at the Tuileries, at the ball, at the opera. Her child is at Chaillot, at Auxerre. Her husband with another woman. Then young men speak to her of love, of devotion, of sympathy, of all that is in the heart. She takes one, draws him to her bosom. He dishonours her and returns to the Bourse. She cries all night, but discovers that tears make her eyes red. She takes a consoler, for the loss of whom another consoles her. Thus up to the age of 30 or more. Then, blasé and corrupted, with no human sentiment, not even disgust, she meets a fine youth with raven locks, ardent eye, and hopeful heart. She recalls her own youth, she remembers what she has suffered, and telling him the story of her life, she teaches him to shun love. That is woman as we have made her. Such are your mistresses. But you say they are women and there is something good in them. But if your character is formed, if you are truly a man, sure of yourself and confident of your strength, you may taste of life without fear and without reserve. You may be sad or joyous, deceived or respected. But be sure you are loved, for what matters the rest? If you are mediocre and ordinary, I advise you to consider your course very carefully before deciding, but do not expect too much of your mistress. If you are weak, dependent upon others, inclined to allow yourself to be dominated by opinion, to take root wherever you see a little soil, make for yourself a shield that will resist everything, for if you yield to your weaker nature, you will not grow. You will dry up like a dead plant, and you will bear neither fruit nor flowers. The sap of your life will dissipate into the formation of a useless bark. All your actions will be as colorless as the leaves of the willow. You will have no tears to water you, but those from your own eyes; to nourish you, no heart but your own. But if you are of exalted nature, believing in dreams and wishing to realize them, I say to you plainly, love does not exist, for to love is to give body and soul, or better, it is to make a single being of two. It is to walk in the sunlight, in the open air through the boundless prairies with a body having 4 arms, 2 heads, and 2 hearts. Love is faith, it is the religion of earthly happiness. It is a luminous triangle suspended in the temple of the world. To love is to walk freely through that temple and to have at your side a being capable of understanding why a thought, a word, a flower makes you pause and raise your eyes to that celestial triangle. To exercise the noble faculties of man is a great good, and that is why genius is glorious. But to double those faculties, to place a heart and an intelligence upon a heart and an intelligence, that is supreme happiness. God has nothing better for man. That is why love is better than genius. But tell me, is that the love of our women? No, no, it must be admitted. Love for them is another thing. It is to go out veiled, to write in secret, to make trembling advances, to heave chaste sighs under a starched and unnatural robe, then to draw bolts and throw it aside, to humiliate a rival, to deceive a husband, to render a lover desolate. To love for our women is to play at lying, as children play at hide and seek. the hideous debauchee of a heart, worse than all the lubricity of the Romans or the Saturnalia of Priapus, bastard parody of vice itself as well as of virtue, loathsome comedy where all is whispering and oblique glances, where all is small, elegant, and deformed, like the porcelain monsters brought from China. Lamentable derision of all that is beautiful and ugly, divine and infernal. A shadow without a body, a skeleton of all that God has made. Thus spoke Desgenais, and the shadows of night began to fall. End of chapter 5, part 1, book 1.
Chapter 6, Part 1, Book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset, translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 6. The next morning I rode through the Bois de Boulogne. The day was dark and threatening. At the Porte Maillot, I dropped the reins on the back of my horse and abandoned myself to reverie, revolving in my mind the words spoken by Desgenais the evening before. Suddenly I heard my name called. Turning my head, I spied one of my mistress's most intimate friends in an open carriage. She called to me to stop, and holding out her hand with a friendly air, invited me to dine with her, if I had no other engagement. This woman, Madame Levasseur by name, was small, stout, and decidedly blonde. I had never liked her, and my attitude toward her had always been one of studied politeness. But I could not resist a desire to accept her invitation. I pressed her hand and thanked her. I was sure we would talk of my mistress. She sent a servant to lead my horse, and I entered her carriage. She was alone, and we at once took the road to Paris. Rain began to fall, and the carriage curtains were drawn. Thus shut up together, we rode on in silence. I looked at her with inexpressible sadness. She was not only the friend of my faithless one, but her confidante. She had often formed one of our party when I called on my mistress in the evening. With what impatience had I endured her presence! How often I counted the minutes that must elapse before she would leave! That was probably the cause of my aversion for her. I knew that she approved of our love. She even went so far as to defend me in our quarrels. In spite of the services she had rendered me, I considered her ugly and tiresome. Alas, now I found her beautiful. I looked at her hands, her clothes. Every gesture went straight to my heart. All the past was associated with her. She noticed the change in manner and understood that I was oppressed by sad memories of the past. Thus we rode on our way, I looking at her, she smiling at me. When we reached Paris, she took my hand. "Well," she said. "Well," I replied, sobbing, "tell her if you wish." Tears rushed from my eyes. After dinner we sat before the fire. "But tell me," she said, "is it irrevocable? Can nothing be done?" "Alas, madame," I replied, "there is nothing irrevocable except the grief that is killing me. My condition can be expressed in a few words. I cannot love her, I cannot love another, and I cannot cease loving." At these words she moved uneasily in her chair, and I could see an expression of compassion on her face. For some time she seemed to be reflecting, as though pondering over my fate and seeking some remedy for my sorrow. Her eyes were closed, and she appeared lost in reverie. She extended her hand, and I took it in mine. "And I too," she murmured, "that is just my experience." She stopped, overcome by emotion. Of all the sisters of love, the most beautiful is pity. I held Madame Levasseur's hand as she began to speak of my mistress, saying all she could think of in her favor. My sadness increased. What could I reply? Finally she came to speak of herself. Not long since, she said, a man who had loved her had abandoned her. She had made great sacrifices for him. Her fortune was compromised as well as her honor and her name. Her husband, whom she knew to be vindictive, had made threats. Her tears flowed as she continued, and I began to forget my own sorrow in my sympathy for her. She had been married against her will. She struggled a long time, but she regretted nothing except that she had not been able to inspire a more sincere affection. I believe she even accused herself because she had not been able to hold her lover's heart, and because she had been guilty of apparent indifference. When she had unburdened her heart, she became silent. "Madame," I said, "it was not chance that brought about our meeting in the Bois de Boulogne. I believe that human sorrows are but wandering sisters, and that some good angel unites the trembling hands that are stretched out for aid. Do not repent having told me your sorrow. The secret you have confided to me is only a tear which has fallen from your eye, but has rested on my heart. Permit me to come again, and let us suffer together." Such lively sympathy took possession of me that without reflection I kissed her. It did not occur to my mind that it could offend her, and she did not appear even to notice it. Our conversation continued in this tone of great friendship. She told me her sorrows, I told her mine, and between those two experiences which touched each other, I felt arise a sweetness, as of a celestial accord born of two voices in anguish. All this time I had seen nothing but her face. Suddenly I noticed that her dress was in disorder. It appeared singular to me that, seeing my embarrassment, she did not rearrange it, and I turned my head to give her an opportunity. She did nothing. Finally, meeting her eyes and seeing that she was perfectly aware of the state she was in, I felt as though I had been struck by a thunderbolt, for I clearly understood that I was the plaything of her monstrous effrontery, that grief itself was for her but a means of seducing the senses. I took my hat without a word, bowed profoundly, and left the room. End of chapter 6, part 1, book 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 7, part 1, book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 7. Upon returning to my apartments, I found a large box in the center of the room. One of my aunts had died, and I was one of the heirs to her fortune, which was not large. The box contained, among other things, a number of musty old books. Not knowing what to do, and being affected with ennui, I began to read one of them. They were for the most part romances of the time of Louis XV. My pious aunt had probably inherited them herself and never read them, for they were, so to speak, catechisms of vice. I was singularly disposed to reflect on everything that came to my notice, to give everything a mental and moral significance. I treated events as pearls in a necklace which I tried to string together. It struck me that there was something significant about the arrival of these books at this time. I devoured them with a bitterness and a sadness born of despair. "Yes, you are right," I said to myself. "You alone possess the secret of life. You alone dare to say that nothing is true and real but debauchery, hypocrisy, and corruption. Be my friends, throw on the wound in my soul your corrosive poisons, teach me to believe in you." While buried in these shadows, I allowed my favorite poets and text books to accumulate dust. I even ground them under my feet in excess of wrath. "You wretched dreamers," I said to them, "you who teach me only suffering, miserable shufflers of words, charlatans, if you knew the truth, fools if you speak in good faith, liars in either case. You make fairy tales of the human heart. I will burn every one of you." Then tears came to my aid, and I perceived that there was nothing real but my grief. "Very well," I cried in my delirium, "tell me, good and bad genii, counselors for good or evil, tell me what to do, choose an arbiter and let him speak." I seized an old Bible which lay on my table and read the first passage that caught my eye. "Reply to me, thou book of God," I said, What word have you for me?" My eye fell on this passage in Ecclesiastes, chapter 9. "I pondered all these things in my heart, and I sought diligently for wisdom. There are just and wise men, and their works are in the hands of God. Nevertheless, man does not know whether he is worthy of love or hatred. And the future is unknown, for there is one event to the righteous and to the wicked, to the good and to the clean and to the unclean, to him that sacrificeth and him that sacrificeth not. The righteous is treated as the sinner, and the perjurer as him who speaks the truth. There is an evil among all things that are done under the sun, and there is one event to all. Therefore the hearts of the children of men are full of evil and madness while they live, and after that they go to the dead." When I read these words, I was astounded. I did not know that there was such a sentiment in the Bible. "And thou too, as all others, thou book of hope!" What do the astronomers think when they predict at a given hour and place the passage of a comet, that most eccentric of celestial travellers? What do the naturalists think when they reveal the myriad forms of life concealed in a drop of water? Do they think they have invented what they see, and that their microscopes and lenses make the law of nature? What did the first lawgiver think when seeking for the cornerstone in the social edifice, angered doubtless by some idle importunity, he struck the tables of brass and felt in his bowels the yearning for a law of retaliation? Did he then invent justice? And the first who plucked the fruit planted by his neighbor, and who fled cowering under his mantle, did he invent shame? And he who, having overtaken that same thief who had robbed him of the product of his toil, forgave him his sin, and instead of raising his hand to smite him, said, "Sit thou down and eat thy fill," when, after having thus returned good for evil, he raised his eyes towards heaven, and felt his heart quivering, tears welling from his eyes, and his knees bending to the earth, did he invent virtue? Oh, heaven! Here is a woman who speaks of love and who deceives me. Here is a man who speaks of friendship and who counsels me to seek consolation in debauchery. Here is another woman who weeps and would console me with the flesh. Here is a Bible that speaks of God and says, perhaps there is one event to the righteous and to the wicked. I ran to the open window. "Is it true that you are empty?" I cried, looking up at the pale expanse of sky which spread above me. "Reply, reply! Before I die, grant that I may clasp in these arms of mine something more than a dream." Profound silence reigned. As I stood with arms outstretched, eyes lost in space, a swallow uttered a plaintive cry. In spite of myself, I followed it with my eyes. while the swallow disappeared from sight like a flash, a little girl passed, singing. End of Chapter 7, Part 1, Book 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 8, Part 1, Book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset, translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 8. Yet I was not willing to yield. Before taking life on its pleasant side, after having seen its evil side so dearly, I resolved to test everything. I remained thus for some time a prey to countless sorrows, tormented by terrible dreams. The great obstacle to my cure was my youth. Wherever I happened to be, whatever my occupation, I could think of nothing but women. The sight of a woman made me tremble. I had been so fortunate as to give to love my virginity, but the result of this was that all my senses were united in the idea of love. There was the cause of my unhappiness, for not being able to think of anything but women, I could not help turning over in my head, day and night, all the ideas of debauchery, of false love, and of feminine treason with which my mind was filled. To possess a woman was for me to love her, for I thought of nothing but women, and I did not believe in the possibility of true love. All this suffering inspired me with a sort of rage, and at times I was tempted to imitate the monks and murder myself in order to conquer my senses. At times I felt like going out into the street and throwing myself at the feet of the first woman I met and vowing eternal love. God is my witness that I did all in my power to cure myself. Preoccupied from the first with the idea that the society of men was the haunt of vice and hypocrisy, where all were like my mistress, I resolved to separate myself from them and live in complete isolation. I resumed my neglected studies. I plunged into history, poetry, and anatomy. There happened to be on the 4th floor of the same house an old German who was well versed in law. I determined to learn his tongue. The German was poor and friendless, and willingly accepted the task of instructing me. My perpetual state of distraction worried him. How many times, seated near him with a smoking lamp between us, he waited in patient astonishment while I sat with my arms crossed on my book, lost in reverie, oblivious of his presence and of his pity. "My dear sir," said I to him one day, "all this is useless, but you are the best of men. What a task you have undertaken! You must leave me to my fate. We can do nothing, neither you nor I." I do not know that he understood my meaning, but he grasped my hand and there was no more talk of German. I soon realized that solitude, instead of curing me, was doing me harm, and so completely changed my system. I went to the country and galloped through the woods with the huntsman. I rode until I was out of breath. I tried to break myself with fatigue, and when, after a day of sweat in the fields, I reached my bed in the evening, smelling of powder and the stable, I buried my head in the pillow, I rolled about under the covers, and I cried: "Phantom, phantom, are you not tired? Will you leave me for one night?" But why these vain efforts? Solitude sent me to nature, and nature to love. When I stood in the street of observation, I saw myself surrounded by corpses, and drying my hands on my bloody apron, stifled by the odor of putrefaction, I turned my head in spite of myself, and I saw floating before my eyes green harvests, balmy fields, and the pensive harmony of the evening. "No," I said, "science cannot console me, I cannot plunge into dead nature, I would die there myself, and float about like a livid corpse, amidst the debris of shattered hopes. I would not cure myself of my youth, I will live where there is life, or I will at least die in the sun." I began to mingle with the throngs at Sevres and Chaville. I lay down in the midst of a flowery dale, in a secluded part of Chaville. Alas! all these forests and prairies cried out to me: "What do you seek here? We are green, poor child, we wear the colors of hope." Then I returned to the city. I lost myself in its obscure streets. I looked up at the lights in all its windows, all those mysterious family nests. I watched the passing carriages. I saw man jostling against man. Oh, what solitude! How sad the smoke on those roofs! What sorrow in those tortuous streets, where all are hurrying hither and thither, working and sweating, where thousands of strangers rub against your elbows! A cloaca, where there is only society of bodies, where souls are solitary and alone, where all who hold out a hand to you are prostitutes. Become corrupt, corrupt, and you will cease to suffer. This has been the cry of all cities to man. It is written with charcoal on city walls, on its streets with mud, on its faces with extravasated blood. And at times, when seated in the corner of some salon, I watched the women as they danced, some rosy, some blue, and others white, their arms bare and hair clustered gracefully about their shapely heads, looking like cherubim drunk with light, floating in their spheres of harmony and beauty, I would think, ah, what a garden! What flowers to gather, to breathe! Ah, marguerites, marguerites! What will your last petal say to him who plucks it? A little, a little, but not all. That is the moral of the world. That is the end of your smiles. It is over this terrible abyss that you are walking in your flower strewn gauze. It is on this hideous truth you run like gazelles on the tips of your little toes. But why take things so seriously? Said Desgenais. That is something that is never seen. You complain because bottles become empty. There are many casks in the vaults, and many vaults in the hills. Make me a good fishhook gilded with sweet words, with a drop of honey for bait, and quick, catch for me in the stream of oblivion a pretty consoler, as fresh and slippery as an eel. You will still have the hook when the fish shall have glided from your hands. Youth must pass away, and if I were you, I would carry off the Queen of Portugal rather than study anatomy. Such was the advice of Desgenais. I made my way home with swollen heart, my face concealed under my cloak. I kneeled at the side of my bed, and my poor heart dissolved in tears. What vows! What prayers! Galileo struck the earth, crying, "Nevertheless it moves." Thus I struck my heart. End of Chapter 8, Part 1, Book 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 9, Part 1, Book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 9. Suddenly, in the midst of greatest despair, youth and chance led me to commit an act that decided my fate. I had written my mistress saying that I never wished to see her again. I kept my word, but I passed the nights under her window, seated on a bench before her door. I could see the lights in her room. I could hear the sound of her piano. At times I saw something that looked like a shadow through the partially drawn curtains. One night, as I was seated on the bench, plunged in frightful melancholy, I saw a belated workman staggering along the street. He muttered a few words in a dazed manner and then began to sing. He was so much under the influence of liquor that he walked at times on one side of the gutter and then on the other. Finally he fell on a bench facing another house opposite me. There he lay still, supported on his elbows, and slept profoundly. The street was deserted. A dry wind swept the dust here and there. The moon shone through a rift in the clouds and lighted the spot where the man slept. So I found myself tete-a-tete with this man who, not suspecting my presence, was sleeping on that stone bench as peacefully as though in his own bed. He served to divert my grief. I arose to leave him in full possession, then returned and resumed my seat. I could not leave that door at which I would not have knocked for an empire. Finally, after walking up and down for a few times, I stopped before the sleeper. "What sleep?" I said. Surely this man does not dream. His clothes are in tatters, his cheeks are wrinkled, his hands hardened with toil. He is some unfortunate who does not have bread every day. 1,000 gnawing cares, 1,000 mortal sorrows await his return to consciousness. Nevertheless, this evening he had a piece of money in his pocket. He entered a tavern where he purchased oblivion. He has earned enough in a week to enjoy a night of slumber, and he has perhaps purchased it at the expense of his children's supper. Now his mistress can betray him, his friend can glide like a thief into his hut. I could shake him by the shoulder and tell him that he is being murdered, that his house is on fire. He would turn over and continue to sleep. And I do not sleep, I continued, pacing up and down the street. I do not sleep, I, who have enough in my pocket at this moment to purchase sleep for a year. I am so proud and so foolish that I dare not enter a tavern, and I do not understand that if all unfortunates enter there, it is in order that they may come out happy. Oh, God, the juice of a grape crushed under the foot suffices to dissipate the deepest sorrow and to break all the invisible threads that the fates weave about our pathway. We weep like women, we suffer like martyrs. In our despair it seems that the world is crumbling under our feet, and we sit down in our tears as did Adam at Eden's gate. And in order to cure our wound, we have but to make a movement of the hand and moisten our throats. How pitiable our grief, since it can be thus assuaged! We are surprised that Providence does not send angels to grant our prayers. It need not take the trouble, for it has seen our woes, it knows our desires, our pride and bitterness, the ocean of evil that surrounds us, and is content to hang a small black fruit along our paths. Since that man sleeps so soundly on his bench, why do not I sleep on mine? My rival is doubtless passing the night with my mistress. He will leave her at daybreak. She will accompany him to the door, and they will see me asleep on my bench. Their kisses will not awaken me, and they will shake me by the shoulder. I will turn over on the other side and sleep on. Thus, inspired by a fierce joy, I set out in quest of a tavern. As it was past midnight, some were closed. That put me in a fury. "What!" I cried. "Even that consolation is refused me." I ran hither and thither, knocking at the doors of taverns, crying, "Wine! Wine!" At last I found one open. I called for a bottle, and without caring whether it was good or bad, I gulped it down. A second followed, and then a third. I dosed myself as with medicine, and I forced the wine down as though it had been prescribed by a physician to save my life. The heavy fumes of the liquor, which was doubtless adulterated, mounted to my head. As I had gulped it down at a breath, drunkenness seized me promptly. I felt that I was becoming muddled, then I experienced a lucid moment, then confusion followed. Then consciousness left me, I leaned my elbows on the table and said adieu to myself. But I had a confused idea that I was not alone in the tavern. At the other end of the room stood a hideous group with haggard faces and harsh voices. Their dress indicated that they belonged to the poorer class, but were not bourgeois. In short, they belonged to that ambiguous class, the vilest of all, which has neither fortune nor occupation, which never works except at some criminal plot, which is neither poor nor rich, and combines the vices of one class with the misery of the other. They were disputing over a dirty pack of cards. Among them I saw a girl who appeared to be very young and very pretty, decently clad, and resembling her companions in no way except in the harshness of her voice, which was rough and broken as though it had performed the office of public crier. She looked at me closely, as though astonished to see me in such a place, for I was elegantly attired. Little by little she approached my table, and seeing that all the bottles were empty, smiled. I saw that she had fine teeth of brilliant whiteness. I took her hand and begged her to be seated. She consented with good grace and asked what we should have for supper. I looked at her without saying a word, while my eyes began to fill with tears. She observed my emotion and inquired the cause. I could not reply. She understood that I had some secret sorrow and forbore any attempt to learn the cause. Drawing her handkerchief, she dried my tears from time to time as we dined. There was something about that girl that was at once repulsive and sweet, a singular impudence mingled with pity that I could not understand. If she had taken my hand in the street, she would have inspired a feeling of horror in me, but it seemed so strange that a creature I had never seen should come to me and without a word proceed to order supper and dry my tears with her handkerchief, that I was rendered speechless, revolted and yet charmed. What I had done had been done so quickly that I seemed to have obeyed some impulse of despair. Perhaps I was a fool or the victim of some supernal caprice. "Who are you?" I suddenly cried out. "What do you want of me? How do you know who I am? Who told you to dry my tears? Is this your vocation, and do you think I desire you? I would not touch you with the tip of my finger. What are you doing here? Reply at once. Is it money you want? What price do you put on your pity?" I arose and tried to go out, but my feet refused to support me. At the same time my eyes failed me. A mortal weakness took possession of me, and I fell over a chair. "You are not well," she said, taking me by the arm. "You have drunk, like the child that you are, without knowing what you were doing. Sit down in this chair and wait until a cab passes. You will tell me where you live, and I will order the driver to take you home to your mother, since," she added, "you really find me ugly." As she spoke, I raised my eyes. Perhaps my drunkenness deceived me, or perhaps I had not seen her face clearly before. But suddenly I detected in that unfortunate a fatal resemblance to my mistress. I shuddered at the sight. There is a certain shudder that affects the hair. Some say it is death passing over the head, but it was not death that passed over mine. It was the malady of the age, or rather that girl was it herself, and it was she who, with her pale, half-mocking features, came and seated herself before me near the door of the tavern. End of Chapter 9, Part 1, Book 1.
Chapter 10, Part 1, Book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 1, Chapter 10. The instant I noticed her resemblance to my mistress, a frightful idea occurred to me. It took irresistible possession of my muddled mind, and I put it into execution at once. I took that girl home with me. I arranged my room just as I was accustomed to do when my mistress was with me. I was dominated by a certain recollection of past joys. Having arranged my room to my satisfaction, I gave myself up to the intoxication of despair. I probed my heart to the bottom in order to sound its depths. A Tyrolean song that my mistress used to sing began to run through my head. Altra volta ieri bielle, blanche rosa come un flore, Mara no, non son più belle, consumatis dall'amore. Once I was beautiful, white and rosy as a flower, but now I am not. I am no longer beautiful, consumed by the fire of love. I listened to the echo of that song as it reverberated through my heart. I said, "Behold the happiness of man, behold my little paradise. Behold my Queen Mab, a girl from the streets. My mistress is no better. Behold what is found at the bottom of the glass when the nectar of the gods has been drained. Behold the corpse of love." The unfortunate creature heard me singing and began to sing herself. I turned pale, for that harsh and rasping voice, coming from the lips of one who resembled my mistress, seemed to be a symbol of my experience. It sounded like a gurgle in the throat of debauchery. It seemed to me that my mistress, having been unfaithful, must have such a voice. I was reminded of Faust, who, dancing at Brocken with a young sorceress, saw a red mouse come from her throat. "Stop!" I cried. I arose and approached her. "Let me ask you, O you men of the time, who are bent upon pleasure, who attend the balls and the opera, and who upon retiring this night will seek slumber with the aid of some threadbare blasphemy of old Voltaire, some sensible badinage of Paul Louis Courier, some essay on economics, you who dally with the cold substance of that monstrous water lily that reason has planted in the hearts of our cities, I beg of you, if by some chance this obscure book falls into your hands, do not smile with noble disdain, do not shrug your shoulders, do not be too sure that I complain of an imaginary evil. Do not be too sure that human reason is the most beautiful of faculties, that there is nothing real here below but quotations on the Bourse, gambling in the salon, wine on the table, a healthy body, indifference toward others, and the orgies which come with the night. For some day, across your stagnant life, a gust of wind will blow. Those beautiful trees that you water with the stream of oblivion, Providence will destroy. You will be reduced to despair, Monsieur the impassive. There will be tears in your eyes. I will not say that your mistresses will deceive you. That would not grieve you so much as the loss of your horse. But I do tell you that you will lose on the Bourse. Your moneyed tranquillity, your golden happiness are in the care of a banker who may fail. In short, I tell you, all frozen as you are capable of loving something. Some fibre of your being will be torn, and you will give vent to a cry that will resemble a moan of pain. Some day, wandering about the muddy streets, when daily material joys shall have failed, you will find yourself seated disconsolately on a deserted bench at midnight. O men of marble, sublime egoists, inimitable reasoners, who have never given way to despair or made a mistake in arithmetic, if this ever happens to you, at the hour of your ruin you will remember Abélard when he lost Héloïse, for he loved her more than you love your horses, your money, or your mistresses. For he lost in losing her more than your prince Satan would lose in falling again from the battlements of heaven. For he loved her with a certain love of which the gazettes do not speak, the shadow of which your wives and your daughters do not perceive in our theatres and in our books. For he passed half of his life kissing her white forehead, teaching her to sing the psalms of David and the canticles of Saul. For he did not love her on earth alone, and God consoled him. Believe me, when in your distress you think of Abélard, you will not look with the same eye upon the sweet blasphemy of Voltaire and the badinage of Courier. You will feel that the human reason can cure illusions, but not sorrows; that God has use for reason, but he has not made her the sister of charity. You will find that when the heart of man said, "I believe in nothing, for I see nothing," it did not speak the last word on the subject. You will look about you for something like hope. You will shake the doors of churches to see if they still swing, but you will find them walled up. You will think of becoming Trappists, and destiny will mock at you, and for reply give you a bottle of wine and a courtesan. And if you drink the wine, if you take the courtesan, you will have learned how such things come about. End of chapter 10, part 1, book 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 1, Part 2, Book 1, of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 1. Awakening the next morning, I experienced a feeling of such deep disgust with myself. I felt so degraded in my own eyes that a horrible temptation assailed me. I leapt from bed and ordered the creature to leave my room as quickly as possible. Then I sat down and looked gloomily about the room, my eyes resting mechanically on a brace of pistols that decorated the walls. When the suffering mind advances its hands, so to speak, towards annihilation, when our soul forms a violent resolution, there seems to be an independent physical horror in the act of touching the cold steel of some deadly weapon. The fingers stiffen in anguish, the arm grows cold and hard. Nature recoils as the condemned walks to death. I cannot express what I experienced while waiting for that girl to go, unless it was as though my pistol had said to me, "Think what you are about to do." Since then I have often wondered what would have happened to me if the girl had departed immediately. Doubtless the first flush of shame would have subsided. Sadness is not despair, and God has joined them in order that one should not leave us alone with the other. Once relieved of the presence of that woman, my heart would have become calm. There would remain only repentance, for the angel of pardon has forbidden man to kill. But I was doubtless cured for life. Debauchery was once for all driven from my door, and I would never again know the feeling of disgust with which its first visit had inspired me. But it happened otherwise. The struggle which was going on within, the poignant reflections which overwhelmed me, the disgust, the fear, the wrath even, for I experienced all these emotions at the same time, all these fatal powers nailed me to my chair, and while I was thus a prey to the most dangerous delirium, the creature standing before my mirror thought of nothing but how best to arrange her dress and fix her hair, smiling the while. This lasted more than a quarter of an hour, during which I had almost forgotten her. Finally, some slight noise attracted my attention to her, and turning about with impatience, I ordered her to leave the room in such a tone that she at once opened the door and threw me a kiss before going out. At the same moment some one rang the bell of the outer door. I arose hastily, and had only time to open the closet door and motion the creature into it, when Desgenais entered the room with two friends. The great currents that are found in the middle of the ocean resemble certain events in life. Fatality, chance, providence, what matters the name? Those who quarrel over the word admit the fact. Such are not those who, speaking of Napoleon or Caesar, say, "He was a man of providence." They apparently believe that heroes merit the attention which heaven shows them, and that the color of purple attracts gods as well as bulls. What decides the course of these little events? What objects and circumstances, in appearance the least important, lead to changes in fortune? There is not, to my mind, a deeper abyss for the thought. There is something in our ordinary actions that resembles the little blunted arrows we shoot at targets. Little by little, we make of our successive results an abstract and regular entity that we call our prudence or our will. Then a gust of wind passes, and behold the smallest of these arrows, the very lightest and most futile, is carried beyond our vision, beyond the horizon, to the dwelling place of God himself. What a strange feeling of unrest seizes us then! What becomes of those phantoms of tranquil pride, the will and prudence? Force itself, that mistress of the world, that sword of man in the combat of life, in vain do we brandish it over our heads in wrath. In vain do we seek to ward off with it a blow which threatens us. An invisible power turns aside the point, and all the impetus of our effort, deflected into space, serves only to precipitate our fall. Thus, at the moment I was hoping to cleanse myself from the sin I had committed, perhaps to inflict the penalty, at the very instant when a great horror had taken possession of me, I learned that I had to sustain a dangerous intervention. Desgenais was in good humor. Stretching out on my sofa, he began to chaff me about the appearance of my face, which looked, he said, as though I had not slept well. As I was little disposed to indulge in pleasantry, I begged him to spare me. He appeared to pay no attention to me, but warned by my tone, he soon broached the subject that had brought him to me. He informed me that my mistress had not only 2 lovers at a time, but 3. That is to say, she had treated my rival as badly as she had treated me. The poor boy, having discovered her inconstancy, made a great ado, and all Paris knew it. At first I did not catch the meaning of Desgenais' words, as I was not listening attentively. But when he had repeated his story 3 times in detail, I was so stupefied that I could not reply. My first impulse was to laugh, for I saw that I had loved the most unworthy of women, but it was no less true that I loved her still. "Is it possible?" was all I could say. Desgenais' friends confirmed all he had said. My mistress had been surprised in her own house between 2 lovers, and a scene that all Paris knew by heart ensued. She was disgraced, obliged to leave Paris, or remain exposed to the most bitter taunts. It was easy for me to see that in all, the ridicule expended on the subject of this woman, on my unreasonable passion for her, was premeditated. To say that she deserved severest censure, that she had perhaps committed worse sins than those with which she was charged, that was to make me feel that I had been merely one of her dupes. All that did not please me. But Desgenais had undertaken the task of curing me of my love, and was prepared to treat my disease heroically. A long friendship, founded on mutual services, gave him rights, and as his motive appeared praiseworthy, I allowed him to have his way. Not only did he not spare me, but when he saw my trouble and my shame increase, he pressed me the harder. My impatience was so obvious that he could not continue, so he stopped and remained silent, a course that irritated me still more. In my turn I began to ask questions. I paced to and fro in my room. Although the recital of that story was insupportable, I wanted to hear it again. I tried to assume a smiling face and tranquil air, but in vain. Desgenais suddenly became silent, after having shown himself to be a most virulent gossip. While I was pacing up and down my room, he looked at me calmly, as though I was a caged fox. I cannot express my feeling. A woman who had so long been the idol of my heart, and who, since I had lost her, had caused me such deep affliction, the only one I had ever loved, she for whom I would weep till death, become suddenly a shameless wretch, the subject of coarse jests, of universal censure and scandal. It seemed to me that I felt on my shoulder the impression of a heated iron, and that I was marked with a burning stigma. The more I reflected, the more the darkness thickened about me. From time to time I turned my head, and saw a cold smile or a curious glance. Desgenais did not leave me. He knew very well what he was doing. He knew that I might go to any length in my present desperate condition. When he found that he had brought me to the desired point, he did not hesitate to deal the finishing stroke. "Does that story displease you?" he asked. "The best is yet to come. My dear Octave, the scene I have described took place on a certain night when the moon was shining brightly. While the two lovers were quarreling over their fair one, and talking of cutting her throat, as she sat before the fire, down in the street a certain shadow was seen to pass up and down before the house, a shadow that resembled you so closely that it was decided that it must be you." "Who says that?" I asked. "Who has seen me in the street?" "Your mistress herself. She has told everyone about it who cared to listen, just as cheerfully as we tell you her story. She claims that you love her still, that you keep guard at her door, in short, everything you can think of. But you should know that she talks about you publicly." I have never been able to lie, for whenever I have tried to disguise the truth, my face betrayed me. Amour propre, the shame of confessing my weakness before witnesses, induced me, however, to make the effort. It is very true that I was in the street, I thought, but if I had known that my mistress was as bad as she was, I would not have been there. Finally, I persuaded myself that I had not been seen distinctly. I attempted to deny it. A deep blush suffused my face, and I felt the futility of my feint. Desgenais smiled. "Take care," said he, "take care, do not go too far." "But," I protested, "how did I know it? How could I know?" Desgenais compressed his lips, as though to say, "You knew enough." I stopped short, mumbling the remnant of my sentence. My blood became so hot that I could not continue. I, in the street, bathed in tears, in despair, and during that time, that encounter within, what, that very night, mocked by her. Surely, Desgenais, you are dreaming. Is it true? Can it be possible? What do you know about it?" Thus talking at random, I lost my head, and an irresistible feeling of wrath began to rise within me. Finally I sat down exhausted. "My friend," said Desgenais, "do not take the thing so seriously. The solitary life you have been leading for the last 2 months has made you ill. I see you have need of distraction. Come to supper with me this evening, and to morrow morning we will go to the country." The tone in which he said this hurt me more than anything else. In vain I tried to control myself. Yes, I thought, deceived by that woman, poisoned by horrible suggestions, having no refuge either in work or in fatigue, having for my only safeguard against despair and ruin a sacred but frightful grief. Oh God, is it that grief, that sacred relic of my sorrow, that has just crumbled in my hands? It is no longer my love, it is my despair that is insulted. Mockery, she mocks at me as I weep. That appeared incredible to me. All the memories of the past clustered about my heart when I thought of it. I seemed to see one after the other the specters of our nights of love. They hung over a bottomless, eternal abyss, black as chaos, and from the bottom of that abyss there burst forth a shriek of laughter, sweet but mocking, that said, "Behold your reward." If I had been told that the world mocked at me, I would have replied, so much the worse for it, and I would not be angry. But at the same time I was told that my mistress was a shameless wretch. Thus on one side the ridicule was public, vouched for, stated by 2 witnesses, who before telling what they knew, must have felt that the world was against me. And on the other hand, what reply could I make? How could I escape? What could I do when the center of my life, my heart itself, was ruined, killed, annihilated? What could I say when that woman for whom I had braved all, ridicule as well as blame, for whom I had borne a mountain of misery, when that woman whom I loved and who loved another, of whom I demanded no love, of whom I desired nothing but permission to weep at her door, no favour but that of vowing my youth to her memory, and writing her name alone on the tomb of my hopes. Ah, when I thought of it, I felt the hand of death heavy upon me. That woman mocked me. It was she who first pointed her finger at me, singling me out to the idle crowd which surrounded her. It was those lips, so many times pressed to mine. It was that body, that soul of my life, my flesh and my blood. It was from that source the injury came. Yes, the last of all, the most cowardly and the most bitter, the pitiless laugh that spits in the face of grief. The more I thought of it, the more enraged I became. Did I say enraged? I do not know what passion controlled me. What I do know is that an inordinate desire for vengeance took possession of me. How could I revenge myself on a woman? I would have paid any price for a weapon that could be used against her, but I had none. Not even the one she had employed. I could not pay her in her own coin. Suddenly I noticed a shadow moving behind the curtain before the closet. I had forgotten her. "Listen to me," I cried, rising. I have loved like a fool. I deserve all the ridicule you have subjected me to, but by heaven, I will show you something that will prove to you that I am not such a fool as you think." With these words I pulled aside the curtain and exposed the interior of the closet. The girl was trying to conceal herself in a corner. "Go in if you choose," I said to Desgenais. "You who call me a fool for loving a woman, see how your teaching has affected me. Do you think I passed last night under the windows of— But that is not all," I added. "That is not all I have to say. You give a supper to night, and to morrow go to the country. I am with you, and shall not leave you from now on. We shall not separate, but pass the entire day together. Are you with me? Agreed. I have tried to make of my heart the mausoleum of my love, but I will bury my love in another tomb." With these words I sat down, marveling how indignation can solace grief and restore happiness. Whoever is astonished to learn that from that day I completely changed my course of life, does not know the heart of man, and he does not understand that a young man of 20 may hesitate before taking a step, but does not retreat when he has once taken it. End of chapter 1, part 2, book 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 2, part 2, book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 2. The apprenticeship to debauchery resembles vertigo. for one feels at first a sort of terror, mingled with sensuous delight, as though peering down from some dizzy height. While shameful secret dissipation ruins the noblest of men, in frank and open irregularities there is some palliation even for the most depraved. He who goes out at nightfall, muffled in his cloak, to sully his life incognito, and to clandestinely shake off the hypocrisy of the day, resembles an Italian who strikes his enemy from behind, not daring to provoke him to open quarrel. There are assassinations in the dark corners of the city, under shelter of the night. He who goes his way without concealment says, "Everyone does it and conceals it. I do it and do not conceal it." Thus speaks pride, and once that cuirass has been buckled on, it glitters with the refulgent light of day. It is said that Damocles saw a sword suspended over his head. Thus libertines seem to have something over their heads which says, "Go on, but I hold the thread." Those masked carriages that are seen during Carnival are the faithful images of their life. A dilapidated open wagon, flaming torches lighting up painted faces. Such laugh and sing. Among them you see what appears to be women. They are in fact the remains of women, with human semblance. They are caressed and insulted. No one knows who they are or what their names. All that floats and staggers under the flaming torch in an intoxication that thinks of nothing, and over which, it is said, a god watches. But if the first impression is astonishment, the second is horror, and the third pity. There is displayed there so much force, or rather such an abuse of force, that it often happens that the noblest characters and the strongest constitutions are ruined. It appears hardy and dangerous to these, they would make prodigies of themselves. They bind themselves to debauchery, as did Mazeppa to his horse. They gallop, they make centaurs of themselves, and they see neither the bloody trail that the shreds of their flesh leave, nor the eyes of the wolves that gleam in hungry pursuit, nor the desert, nor the vultures. Launched into that life by the circumstances that I have recounted, I must now describe what I saw there. The first time I had a close view of one of those famous gatherings called theatrical masked balls, I heard the debauchery of the Regency spoken of, and the time when a Queen of France was disguised as a flower merchant. I found there flower merchants disguised as camp followers. I expected to find libertinism there, but in fact I found none at all. It is only the scum of libertinism. some blows, and drunken women lying in death-like stupor on broken bottles. The first time I saw debauchery at table, I heard of the suppers of Heliogabalus, and of the philosophy of Greece, which made the pleasure of the senses a kind of religion of nature. I expected to find oblivion, or something like joy. I found there the worst thing in the world, ennui trying to live, and an Englishman who said, "I do this or that, therefore I amuse myself. I have spent so many pieces of gold, therefore I experience so much pleasure." And they wear out their life on that grindstone. The first time I saw courtesans, I heard of Aspasia, who sat on the knees of Alcibiades while discussing philosophy with Socrates. I expected to find something bold and insolent, but gay, free, and vivacious, something of the sparkle of champagne. I found a yawning mouth, a fixed eye, and hooked hands. The first time I saw titled courtesans, I read Boccaccio and Andallo. Tasting of everything, I read Shakespeare. I had dreamed of those beautiful triflers, of those cherubim of hell. 1,000 times I had drawn those heads, so poetically foolish, so enterprising in audacity, heads of hair-brained mistresses who spoil a romance with a glance, and who walk through life by waves and by shocks, like the undulating sirens. I thought of the fairies of the modern tales, who are always drunk with love, if not with wine. I found instead writers of letters, arrangers of precise hours, who practice lying as an art, and cloak their baseness under hypocrisy, whose only thought is to give themselves and forget. The first time I looked on the gaming table, I heard of floods of gold, of fortunes made in the quarter of an hour, and of a lord of the court of Henry IV, who won on one card 100,000 louis. I found a narrow room where workmen who had but one shirt rented a suit for the evening for 20 sous, police stationed at the door, and starving wretches staking a crust of bread against a pistol shot. The first time I saw an assembly, public or other, open to one of those 30,000 women who are permitted to sell themselves in Paris, I heard of the Saturnalia of all times, of every imaginable orgy, from Babylon to Rome, from the temple of Priapus to the Parc aux Cerfs. And I have always seen written on the sill of that door the word pleasure. I found nothing suggestive of pleasure, but in its place the word prostitution, and it has always appeared ineffaceable, not graven in that metal that takes the sun's light, but in the palest of all, that of the cold light, whose colors seem tinted by the sombre hues of night. Silver. The first time I saw the people, it was a frightful morning of Ash Wednesday, near Courtille. A cold fine rain had been falling since the evening before, The streets were covered with pools of water. Masked carriages filed hither and thither, crowding between hedges of hideous men and women standing on the sidewalks. That sinister wall of spectators had tiger eyes, red with wine, gleaming with hatred. The carriage wheels splashed mud over this wall, but it did not move. I was standing on the front seat of an open carriage. From time to time a man in rags would step out from the wall, hurl a torrent of abuse at us, then cover us with a cloud of flour. Mud would soon follow, yet we kept on our way toward the Isle of Love and the pretty wood of Romainville, consecrated by so many sweet kisses. One of my friends fell from his seat into the mud, narrowly escaping death on the paving. The people threw themselves on him to overpower him, and we were obliged to hasten to his assistance. One of the trumpeters who preceded us on horseback was struck on the shoulder by a paving stone. The flour had given out. I had never heard of anything like that. I began to understand the time and comprehend the spirit of the age. End of chapter 2, part 2, book 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 3, part 2, book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset, translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 3. Desgenais had planned a reunion of young people at his country house. The best wines, a splendid table, gaming, dancing, hunting, nothing was lacking. Desgenais was rich and generous. He combined antique hospitality with modern custom. Moreover, one could always find in his house the best books. His conversation was that of a man of learning and culture. He was a problem. I took with me a taciturn humor that nothing could overcome. He respected it scrupulously. I did not reply to his questions, and he dropped the subject. He was satisfied that I had forgotten my mistress. Nevertheless, I went to the chase and appeared at the table and was as convivial as the best. He asked no more. One of the most unfortunate proclivities of inexperienced youth is to judge of the world from first impressions. But it must be confessed that there is a race of men who are unfortunate. It is that race which says to youth, "You are right in believing in evil, and we know what it is." I have heard, for example, a curious thing spoken of, a medium between good and evil, a certain arrangement between heartless women and men worthy of them. They call love the passing sentiment. They speak of it as of an engine constructed by a wagon builder or a building contractor. They said to me, this and that are agreed upon, such and such phrases are spoken, and certain others are repeated in reply. Letters are written in a prescribed manner, the knees adjusted in a certain attitude. All that was regulated as a parade. These fine fellows had gray hair. That made me laugh. Unfortunately for me, I cannot tell a woman I despise that I love her, even when I know that it is only a convention, and that she will not be deceived by it. I have never bent my knee to the ground when my heart did not go with it. So that class of women known as easy is unknown to me, or if I allow myself to be taken with them, it is without knowing it, and through simplicity. I can understand that one's soul can be put aside, but not that it should be handled. That there is some pride in this, I confess, but I do not intend either to boast or to lower myself. Above all things, I hate those women who laugh at love, and I permit them to reciprocate the sentiment. There will never be any dispute between us. Such women are beneath the courtesans, for courtesans may lie as well as they, but courtesans are capable of love, and those women are not. I remember a woman who loved me, and who said to a man, many times richer than I, with whom she was living, "I am weary of you, I am going to my lover." That woman is worth more than many others who are not despised by society. I passed the entire season with Desgenais, and learned that my mistress had left France. That news left in my heart a feeling of languor which I could not overcome. At the sight of that world which surrounded me, so new to me, I experienced at first a kind of bizarre curiosity, at once sad and profound, that caused me to look at things as does a restless horse. An incident occurred which made a deep impression on me. Desgenais had with him a very beautiful mistress who loved him much. One evening, as I was walking with him, I told him that I considered her such as she was, that is to say, admirable, as much on account of her attachment for him as because of her beauty. In short, I praised her highly and with warmth, giving him to understand that he ought to be happy. He made no reply. It was his manner, for he was the driest of men. That night, when all had retired, and I had been in bed some 15 minutes, I heard a knock at my door. I supposed it was some one of my friends, who could not sleep, and invited him to enter. There appeared before my astonished eyes a woman, very pale, carrying a bouquet in her hands, to which was attached a piece of paper bearing these words: "To Octave, from his friend Desgenais." I had no sooner read these words when a flash of light came to me. I understood the meaning of this action of Desgenais in making me this Turk's gift. It was intended for a lesson in love. That woman loved him. I had praised her, and he wished to tell me that I ought not to love her, whether I refused her or accepted her. That made me think. The poor woman was weeping, and did not dare dry her tears, for fear I would see them. What threat had he used to make her come? I did not know. I said to her: "You may return and fear nothing." She replied that if she should return, Desgenais would send her back to Paris. "Yes," I replied, "you are beautiful and I am susceptible to temptation, but you weep, and your tears are not being shed for me. I care nothing for the rest. Go, therefore, and I will see to it that you are not sent back to Paris." One of my peculiarities is that meditation, which with the great number is a firm and constant quality of the mind, is in my case an instinct independent of the will, and it seizes me like an access of passion. It comes to me at intervals, in its own good time, in spite of me, and in almost any place. But when it comes, I can do nothing against it. It takes me whither it pleases, by whatever route seems good to it. When the woman had left, I sat up. "My friend," I said to myself, "behold what has been sent you. If Desgenais had not seen fit to send you his mistress, he would not have been mistaken, perhaps, in supposing you might fall in love with her. Have you well considered it? A sublime and divine mystery is accomplished. Such a being costs nature the most vigilant maternal care. Yet a man who would cure you can think of nothing better than to offer you lips which belong to him, in order to teach you how to cease to love. How was it accomplished? Others than you have doubtless admired her, but they ran no risk. She might employ all the seduction she pleased, you alone were in danger. It must be that Desgenais has a heart, since he lives. In what respect does he differ from you? He is a man who believes in nothing, fears nothing, who knows no care or ennui perhaps, and yet it is clear that a scratch on the finger would fill him with terror. For if his body abandons him, what becomes of him? He lives only in the body. What sort of creature is that who treats his soul as the flagellants treat their bodies? Can one live without a head? Think of it. Here is a man who possesses the most beautiful woman in the world. He is young and ardent. He finds her beautiful and tells her so. She replies that she loves him. Some one touches him on the shoulder and says to him, "She is unfaithful." Nothing more. He is sure of himself. If some one had said, "She is a poisoner," he would perhaps have continued to love her. He would not have given her a kiss less. But she is unfaithful, and it is no more a question of love with him than of the star of Saturn. What is there in that word? A word that is merited, positive, withering, it is agreed. But why? It is still but a word. Can you kill a body with a word? And if you love that body, Someone pours a glass of wine and says to you, "Do not love that, for you can get 4 for 6 francs." And if you become intoxicated? But that Desgenais loves his mistress, since he keeps her. He must therefore have a peculiar fashion of loving. No, he has not. His fashion of loving is not love. And he cares no more for the woman who merits affection than for her who is unworthy. He loves no one, simply and truly. What has led him to that? Was he born thus? To love is as natural as to eat and to drink. He is not a man. Is he a dwarf or a giant? What, always that impassive body? Upon what does he feed? What brew does he drink? Behold him at 30, as old as the senile Mithridates. The poisons of vipers are his familiar friends. There is the great secret, my child, the key to which you must seize. By whatever process of reasoning debauchery may be defended, it will be proven that it is natural at a given day, hour, or evening, but not tomorrow nor every day. There is not a people on earth which has not considered woman either the companion and consolation of man, or the sacred instrument of life, and has not under these two forms honored her. And yet here is an armed warrior who leaps into the abyss that God has dug with his own hands between man and brute. As well might he deny the fact. What mute Titan is this who dares repress under the kisses of the body the love of the thought, and place on human lips the stigma of the brute, the seal of eternal silence? There is a word that should be studied. There breathes under the wind of those dismal forests that are called secrets of the body, one of those mysteries that the angels of destruction whisper in the ear of night as it descends upon the earth: that man is better or worse than God has made him. His bowels are like those of sterile women, where nature has not completed her work, or there is, distilled in the shadow, some venomous poison. Ah, yes, neither occupation nor study have been able to cure you, my friend. To forget and to learn, that is your device. You finger the leaves of dead books. You are too young for ruins. Look about you. The pale herd of men surrounds you. The eyes of the Sphinx glitter in the midst of divine hieroglyphics. Decipher the book of life. Courage, scholar, launch out on the Styx, the invulnerable flood, and let the waves of sorrow waft you to death or to God. End of chapter 3, part 2, book 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 4, Part 2, Book 1, of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 4. All there was of good in that, supposing there was some good in it, was that false pleasures were the seeds of sorrow and of bitterness which fatigued me to the point of exhaustion. Such are the simple words spoken with reference to his youth by that man who was the most a man of any who have lived, St. Augustine. Of those who have done as I, few would say those words. All have them in their hearts. I have found no others in mine. Returning to Paris in the month of December, I passed the winter attending pleasure parties, masquerades, suppers, rarely leaving Desgenais, who was delighted with me. I was not with him. The more I went about, the more unhappy I became. It seemed to me after a short enough time that the world, which had at first appeared so strange, would tie me up, so to speak, at every step. Where I had expected to see a spectre, I discovered, upon closer inspection, a shadow. Desgenais asked what was the matter with me. "And you?" I asked. "What is the matter with you? You have lost some relative? Or do you suffer from some wound?" At times he seemed to understand me and did not question me. We sat down before a table and drank until we lost our heads. In the middle of the night we took horses and rode 10 or 12 leagues into the country. Returning, we went to the bath, then to table, then to gambling, then to bed. And when I reached mine, I fell on my knees and wept. That was my evening prayer. Strange to say, I took pride in passing for what I was not. I boasted of being worse than I really was, and experienced a sort of melancholy pleasure in doing so. When I had actually done what I claimed, I felt nothing but ennui. But when I invented an account of some folly, some story of debauchery or recital of an orgy with which I had nothing to do, it seemed to me that my heart was better satisfied, although I know not why. Whenever I joined a party of pleasure-seekers and we visited some spot made sacred by tender associations, I became stupid, went off by myself, looked gloomily at the trees and bushes as though I would like to crush them under my feet. Upon my return I would remain silent for hours. The baleful idea that truth is nudity beset me on every occasion. The world, I said to myself, is accustomed to call his disguise virtue, his chaplet religion, his flowing mantle convenience. Honor and morality are his chambermaids. He drinks in his wine the tears of the poor in spirit who believe in him. While the sun is high in the heavens he walks about with downcast eye. He goes to church, to the ball, to the assembly, and when evening has come he removes his mantle, and there appears a naked bacchant with hoofs of a goat. But such thoughts aroused a feeling of horror, for I felt that if the body was under the clothing, the skeleton was under the body. "Is it possible that that is all?" I asked in spite of myself. Then I returned to the city. I saw a little girl take her mother's arm, and I became like a child. Although I had followed my friends into all manner of dissipation, I had no desire to resume my place in the world of society. The sight of women caused me intolerable pain. I could not touch a woman's hand without trembling. I had decided never to love again. Nevertheless, I returned from the ball one evening so sick at heart that I feared that it was love. I happened to have beside me at supper the most charming and the most distinguished woman whom it had ever been my good fortune to meet. When I closed my eyes to sleep I saw her image before me. I thought I was lost, and I at once resolved that I would avoid meeting her again. A sort of fever seized me, and I lay on my bed for 15 days, repeating over and over the lightest words I had exchanged with her. As there is no spot on earth where one is so well known by his neighbors as at Paris, it was not long before people of my acquaintance who had seen me with Desgenais began to accuse me of being a great libertine, in that I admired the discernment of the world. In proportion as I had passed for inexperienced and sensitive at the time of my rupture with my mistress, I was now considered insensible and hardened. Some one had just told me that it was clear I had never loved that woman, that I had doubtless merely played at love, thereby paying me a compliment which I really did not deserve. But the most of it was that I was so swollen with vanity that I was charmed with that view. My desire was to pass for blasé, even while I was filled with desires and my exalted imagination was carrying me beyond all limits. I began to say that I could not make any headway with the women. My head was filled with chimeras, which I preferred to realities. In short, my unique pleasure consisted in altering the nature of facts. If a thought were but extraordinary, if it shocked common sense, I became its ardent champion at the risk of advocating the most dangerous sentiments. My greatest fault was imitation of everything that struck me, not by its beauty, but by its strangeness, and not wishing to confess myself an imitator, I resorted to exaggeration in order to appear original. According to my idea, nothing was good or even tolerable. Nothing was worth the trouble of turning the head. And yet when I became warmed up in a discussion it seemed as if there was no expression in the French language violent enough to sustain my cause. But my warmth would subside as soon as my opponents ranged themselves on my side. It was a natural consequence of my conduct. Although disgusted with the life I was leading, I was unwilling to change it. Similiante a quella inferma che non può trovare posa in sulle piuma, ma con dara volta suo dolore scherma. Dante. Thus I tortured my mind to give it change, and I fell into all these vagaries in order to get out of myself. But while my vanity was thus occupied, my heart was suffering, so that there was always within me a man who laughed and a man who wept. It was a perpetual counterstroke between my head and my heart. My own mockeries frequently caused me great pain, and my deepest sorrows aroused a desire to burst into laughter. One day a man boasted of being proof against superstitious fears, in fact, fear of every kind. His friends put a human skeleton in his bed, and then concealed themselves in an adjoining room to wait for his return. They did not hear any noise, but in the morning they found him dressed and sitting on the bed playing with the bones. He had lost his reason. There would be in me something that resembled that man, but for the fact that my favorite bones were those of a well-beloved skeleton. They were the debris of my love, all that remained of the past. But it must not be supposed that there were no good moments in all this disorder. Among Desgenais' companions were several young men of distinction, a number of artists. We sometimes passed together delightful evenings under pretext of being libertines. One of them was infatuated with a beautiful singer who charmed us with her fresh and melancholy voice. How many times we sat listening while supper was served and waiting! How many times, when the flagons had been emptied, one of us held a volume of Lamartine and read in a voice choked by emotion! Every other thought disappeared. The hours passed by unheeded. What strange libertines we were! We did not speak a word, and there were tears in our eyes. Desgenais, especially, habitually the coldest and driest of men, was inexplicable on such occasions. He delivered himself of such extraordinary sentiments that he might have been considered a poet in delirium. But after these effusions he would be seized with furious joy. He would break everything within reach when warmed by wine. The genius of destruction stalked forth armed to the teeth. I have seen him pick up a chair and hurl it through a closed window. I could not help making a study of that singular man. He appeared to me the marked type of a class which ought to exist somewhere, but which was unknown to me. One could never tell whether his outbursts were the despair of a man sick of life, or the whim of a spoiled child. During the fête, in particular, he was in such a state of nervous excitation that he acted like a schoolboy. He persuaded me to go out on foot with him one day, muffled in grotesque costumes, with masks and instruments of music. We promenaded gravely all night, in the midst of a most frightful din of horrible sounds. We found a driver asleep on his box and unhitched his horses. Then, pretending we had just come from the ball, set up a great cry. The coachman started up, cracked his whip, and his horses started off on a trot, leaving him seated on the box. The same evening we passed through the Champs-Élysées. Desgenais, seeing another carriage passing, stopped it after the manner of a highwayman. He intimidated the coachman by threats and forced him to climb down and lie flat on his stomach. He then opened the carriage door and found within a young man and lady motionless with fright. Whispering to me to imitate him, we began to enter one door and go out the other, so that in the obscurity the poor young people thought they saw a procession of bandits going through their carriage. As I understand it, the men who say that the world gives experience ought to be astonished if they are believed. The world is merely a number of whirlpools, each one whirling independent of the others. They float about in groups like flocks of birds. There is no resemblance between the different quarters of the same city, and the denizen of the Chaussée d'Antin has as much to learn at Marais as at Lisbon. It is true that these whirlpools are traversed, and have been since the beginning of the world, by 7 personages who are always the same. The first is called Hope, the second Conscience, the third Opinion, the fourth Desire, the fifth Sorrow, the sixth Pride, and the seventh Man. We were therefore, my companions and I, a flock of birds, and we remained together until springtime, sometimes singing, sometimes flying. But, the reader objects, where are the women in all this? I see nothing of debauchery here. Oh, creatures who bear the name of women and who have passed like dreams through a life that was itself a dream, what shall I say of you? Where there is no shadow of hope, can there be memory? Where shall I seek for memory's meed? What is there more dumb in human memory? What is there more completely forgotten than you? If I must speak of women, I will mention 2. Here is one of them. I ask what would be expected of a poor sewing girl, young and pretty, about 18, with a romantic affair on her hands that is purely a question of love, with little knowledge of life and no idea of morals, eternally sewing near a window before which processions were not allowed to pass by order of the police, but near which a dozen women prowled who were licensed and recognized by these same police. What could you expect of her, when after having tired her hands and eyes all day long on a dress or a hat, she leans out of that window as night falls? That dress she has sewed, that hat she has trimmed with her poor and honest hands in order to earn a supper for the household, she sees passing along the street on the head or on the body of a public woman. 30 times a day a hired carriage stops before the door, and there steps out a prostitute, numbered as is the hack in which she rides, who stands before a glass and primps, taking off and putting on the results of many days' work on the part of the poor girl who watches her. She sees that woman draw from her pocket 6 pieces of gold, she who has but 1 a week. She looks at her feet and her head, she examines her dress, and eyes her as she steps into her carriage. And then what could you expect? When night has fallen, after a day when work has been scarce, when her mother is sick, she opens her door, stretches out her hand, and stops a passer-by. Such was the story of a girl I have known. She could play the piano, knew something of accounts, a little designing, even a little history and grammar, and thus a little of everything. How many times have I regarded with poignant compassion that sad sketch made by nature and mutilated by society! How many times have I followed in the darkness the pale and vacillating gleam of a spark flickering in abortive life! How many times have I tried to revive that fire that smoldered under those ashes! Alas, her long hair was the color of ashes, and we called her Cendrillon. I was not rich enough to help her. Desgenais, at my request, interested himself in the poor creature. He made her learn over again all of which she had a slight knowledge. But she could make no appreciable progress. When her teacher left her, she would fold her arms and for hours look silently across the public square. What days, what misery! One day I threatened that if she did not work she should have no money. She silently resumed her task, and I learned that she stole out of the house a few minutes later. Where did she go? God knows. Before she left I asked her to embroider a purse for me. I still have that sad relic. It hangs in my room, a monument of the ruin that is wrought here below. But here is another case. It was about 10 in the evening, when after a riotous day we repaired to Desgenais, who had left us some hours before to make his preparations. The orchestra was ready, and the room filled when we arrived. Most of the dancers were girls from the theatres. As soon as we entered I plunged into the giddy whirl of the waltz. That delightful exercise has always been dear to me. I know of nothing more beautiful, more worthy of a beautiful woman and a young man. All dances compared with the waltz are but insipid conventions or pretexts for insignificant converse. It is truly to possess a woman, in a certain sense, to hold her for a half-hour in your arms, and to draw her on in the dance, palpitating in spite of herself, in such a way that it cannot be positively asserted whether she is being protected or seduced. Some deliver themselves up to the pleasure with such modest voluptuousness, with such sweet and pure abandon, that one does not know whether he experiences desire or fear, and whether, if pressed to the heart, they would faint or break in pieces like the rose. Germany, where that dance was invented, is surely the land of love. I held in my arms a superb danseuse from an Italian theatre who had come to Paris for the carnival. She wore the costume of a bacchante, with a dress of panther's skin. Never have I seen anything so languishing as that creature. She was tall and slender, and while dancing with extreme rapidity had the appearance of allowing herself to be led. To see her one would think that she would tire her partner, but such was not the case, for she moved as though by enchantment. On her bosom rested an enormous bouquet, the perfume of which intoxicated me. She yielded to my encircling arms as does the Indian liana, with a gentleness so sweet and so sympathetic that I seemed surrounded with a perfumed veil of silk. At each turn there could be heard a light tinkling from her metal girdle. She moved so gracefully that I thought I beheld a beautiful star, and her smile was that of a fairy about to vanish from human sight. The tender and voluptuous music of the dance seemed to come from her lips, while her head, covered with a wilderness of black tresses, bent backward as though her neck was too slender to support its weight. When the waltz was over I threw myself on a chair. My heart beat wildly. "O heaven!" I murmured. "How can it be possible? O superb monster! O beautiful reptile! How you writhe! How you coil in and out, sweet adder, with supple and spotted skin! Thy cousin the serpent has taught thee to coil about the tree of life, holding between thy lips the apple of temptation. O Melusina, Melusina, the hearts of men are thine. You know it well, enchantress, with your soft languor that seems to suspect nothing. You know very well that you ruin, that you destroy. You know that he who touches you will suffer. You know that he dies who basks in your smile, who breathes the perfume of your flowers and comes under the magic influence of your charms. That is why you abandon yourself so freely. That is why your smile is so sweet, your flowers so fresh. That is why you so gently place your arms on our shoulders. O heaven, what is your will with us?" Professor Hall has said a terrible thing. Woman is the nervous part of humanity, man the muscular. Humboldt himself, that serious thinker, has said that an invisible atmosphere surrounds the human nerves. I do not quote the dreamers who watch the flight of Spallanzani's bat, and who think they have found a sixth sense in nature. Such as nature is, her mysteries are terrible enough, her powers mighty enough, that nature which creates us mocks at us, and kills us, without deepening the shadows that surround us. But where is the man who has lived who will deny woman's power over us, if he has ever taken leave of a beautiful dancer with trembling hands? If he has ever felt that indefinable enervating magnetism which, in the midst of the dance, under the influence of the sound of music, and the warmth that makes all else seem cold, that comes from a young woman, that electrifies her and leaps from her to him as the perfume of aloes from the swinging censer. I was struck with stupor. I was familiar with a certain sensation similar to drunkenness, which characterizes love. I knew that it was the aureole which crowned the well-beloved. But that she should excite such heart-throbs, that she should evoke such phantoms with nothing but her beauty, her flowers, her motley costume, and a certain trick of turning she had learned from some Merry Andrew. And that without a word, without a thought, without even appearing to know it. What was chaos if it required 7 days to transform it? It was not love, however, that I felt, and I do not know how to describe it unless I call it thirst. For the first time I felt vibrating in my body a chord that was not attuned to my heart. The sight of that beautiful animal had aroused a responsive roar from another animal in my bowels. I felt sure I would never tell that woman that I loved her, or that she pleased me, or even that she was beautiful. There was nothing on my lips but a desire to kiss her, and say to her, "Make a girdle of those listless arms and lean that head on my breast. Place that sweet smile on my lips." My body loved hers. I was under the influence of beauty as of wine. Desgenais passed and asked what I was doing there. "Who is that woman?" I asked. "What woman? Of whom do you speak?" I took his arm and led him into the hall. The Italian saw us coming and smiled. I stopped and stepped back. "Ah," said Desgenais, "you have danced with Marco?" "Who is Marco?" I asked. "Why, that idle creature who is laughing over there. Does she please you?" "No," I replied. "I have waltzed with her and wanted to know her name. I have no further interest in her." Shame led me to speak thus, but when Desgenais turned away I followed him. "You are very prompt," he said. "Marco is no ordinary woman. She was almost the wife of Monsieur de , ambassador to Milan. One of his friends brought her here. Yet," he added, "you may rest assured I shall speak to her. We shall not allow you to die so long as there is any hope for you or any resource left untried. It is possible that she will remain to supper." He left me, and I was alarmed to see him approach her, but they were soon lost in the crowd. "Is it possible?" I murmured. "Have I come to this? Oh, heavens! Is this what I am going to love? But after all," I thought, "my senses have spoken, but not my heart." Thus I tried to calm myself. A few minutes later Desgenais tapped me on the shoulder. "We shall go to supper at once," said he. "You will give your arm to Marco. She knows that she has pleased you, and it is all arranged." "Listen," I said. "I hardly know what I experienced. It seems to me I see limping Vulcan covering Venus with kisses while his beard smokes with the fumes of the forge. He fixes his affrighted eyes on the dazzling skin of his prey. His happiness in the possession of his prize causes him to laugh for joy, and at the same time shudder with happiness. And then he remembers his father, Jupiter, who is seated up on high among the gods." Desgenais looked at me but made no reply. Taking me by the arm he led me away. "I am tired," he said, "and I am sad. This noise wearies me. Let us go to supper. That will refresh us." The supper was splendid, but I could not touch it. "What is the matter with you?" asked Marco. But I sat like a statue, making no reply and looking at her from head to foot with amazement. She began to laugh, and Desgenais, who could see us from his table, joined her. Before her was a large crystal glass cut in the shape of a chalice, which reflected the glittering lights on its 1,000 sparkling facets, shining like the prism and revealing the 7 colors of the rainbow. She listlessly extended her arm and filled it to the brim with Cyprian and a sweetened Oriental wine which I afterward found so bitter on the deserted Lido. "Here," she said, presenting it to me. "Per voi, bambino mio." "For you and for me," I said, presenting her my glass in turn. She moistened her lips while I emptied my glass, unable to conceal the sadness she seemed to read in my eyes. "Is it not good?" she asked. "No," I replied. "Perhaps your head aches?" "No." "Or you are tired?" "No." "Ah! Then it is the ennui of love?" With these words she became serious, for in spite of herself, in speaking of love, her Italian heart beat the faster. A scene of folly ensued. Heads were becoming heated, cheeks were assuming that purple hue with which wine colors the face as though to prevent shame from appearing there. A confused murmur like to that of a rising sea could be heard all over the room. Here and there eyes would become inflamed, then fixed and empty. I know not what wind stirred above this drunkenness. A woman rose, as in a tranquil sea the first wave that feels the tempest's breath, and rises to announce it. She makes a sign with her hand to command silence, empties her glass at a gulp, and with the same movement undoes her hair, which falls in shining tresses over her shoulders. She opens her mouth as though to start a drinking song. Her eyes were half closed. She breathed with an effort. Twice a harsh sound came from her throat. A mortal pallor overspread her features, and she dropped into her chair. Then came an uproar which lasted an hour. It was impossible to distinguish anything, either laughter, songs, or cries. "What do you think of it?" asked Desgenais. "Nothing," I replied. "I have stopped my ears and am looking at it." In the midst of that bacchanal the beautiful Marco remained mute, drinking nothing and leaning quietly on her bare arm. She seemed neither astonished nor affected by it. "Do you not wish to do as they?" I asked. "You have just offered me Cyprian wine. Why do you not drink some yourself?" With these words I poured out a large glass full to the brim. She raised it to her lips, and then placed it on the table and resumed her listless attitude. The more I studied that Marco, the more singular she appeared. She took pleasure in nothing and did not seem to be annoyed by anything. It appeared as difficult to anger her as to please her. She did what was asked of her, but no more. I thought of the genius of eternal repose, and I imagined that if that pale statue should become somnambulant it would resemble Marco. "Are you good or bad?" I asked. "Are you sad or gay? Are you loved? Do you wish to be loved? Are you fond of money, of pleasure, of what? Horses, the country, balls? What pleases you? Of what are you dreaming?" To all these questions the same smile on her part, a smile that expressed neither joy nor sorrow, but which seemed to say, "What does it matter?" and nothing more. I held my lips to hers. She gave me a listless kiss, and then passed her handkerchief over her mouth. "Marco," I said, "woe to him who loves you." She turned her dark eyes on me, then turned them upward, and raising her finger with that Italian gesture which cannot be imitated, she pronounced that characteristic feminine word of her country, "Forse." And then dessert was served. Some of the party had departed, some were smoking, others gambling, and a few still at table. Some of the women danced, others slept. The orchestra returned. The candles paled and others were lighted. I recalled a supper of Petronius, where the lights went out around the drunken masters, and the slaves entered and stole the silver. All the while songs were being sung in various parts of the room, and three Englishmen, three of those gloomy figures for whom the Continent is a hospital, kept up a most sinister ballad that must have been born of the fogs of their marshes. "Come," I said to Marco, "let us go." She arose and took my arm. "To-morrow!" cried Desgenais to me, as we left the hall. When approaching Marco's house, my heart beat violently, and I could not speak. I could not understand such a woman. She seemed to experience neither desire nor disgust, and could think of nothing but the fact that my hand was trembling and hers motionless. Her room was, like her, sombre and voluptuous. It was dimly lighted by an alabaster lamp. The chairs and sofa were as soft as beds, and there was everywhere suggestion of down and silk. Upon entering I was struck with the strong odor of Turkish pastilles, not such as are sold here on the streets, but those of Constantinople, which are more nervous and more dangerous. She rang and a maid appeared. She entered an alcove without a word, and a few minutes later I saw her leaning on her elbow in her habitual attitude of nonchalance. I stood looking at her. Strange to say, the more I admired her, the more beautiful I found her, the more rapidly I felt my desires subside. I do not know whether it was some magnetic influence or her silence and listlessness. I lay down on a sofa opposite the alcove, and the coldness of death settled on my soul. The pulsation of the blood in the arteries is a sort of clock, the ticking of which can be heard only at night. Man, abandoned by exterior objects, falls back upon himself. He hears himself live. In spite of my fatigue, I could not close my eyes. Those of Marco were fixed on me. We looked at each other in silence, gently, so to speak. "What are you doing there?" she asked. She heaved a gentle sigh that was almost a plaint. I turned my head and saw that first gleams of morning light were shining through the window. I arose and opened the window. A bright light penetrated every corner of the room. The sky was clear. I motioned to her to wait. Considerations of prudence had led her to choose an apartment some distance from the centre of the city. As a cork held under water seems restless under the hand which holds it, and slips through the fingers to rise to the surface, thus there stirred in me a sentiment that I could neither overcome nor escape. The garden of the Luxembourg made my heart leap and banished every other thought. How many times had I stretched out on one of those little mounds, a sort of sylvan school, while I read in the cool shade some book filled with foolish poetry. For such, alas, were the debauches of my childhood. I saw many souvenirs of the past among those leafless trees and faded lawns. There, when 10 years of age, I had walked with my brother and my tutor, throwing bits of bread to some of the poor benumbed birds. There, seated under a tree, I had watched a group of little girls as they danced. I felt my heart beat in unison with the refrain of their childish song. There, returning from school, I had followed 1,000 times the same path, lost in contemplation of some verse of Virgil, and kicking the pebbles at my feet. "Oh, my childhood! You are there!" I cried. "Oh, heaven, now I am here!" I turned around. Marco was asleep. The lamp had gone out. The light of day had changed the aspect of the room. The hangings, which had at first appeared blue, were now a faded yellow, and Marco, the beautiful statue, was livid as death. I shuddered in spite of myself. I looked at the alcove, then at the garden. My head became drowsy and fell upon my breast. I sat down before an open secretary near one of the windows. A piece of paper caught my eye. It was an open letter, and I looked at it mechanically. I read it several times before I thought what I was doing. Suddenly a gleam of intelligence came to me, although I could not understand everything. I picked up the paper and read what follows, written in an unskilled hand and filled with errors in spelling. "She died yesterday. She began to fail at 12, the night before. She called me and said, 'Louison, I am going to join my companion. Go to the closet and take down the cloth that hangs on a nail. It is the mate of the other.' I fell on my knees and wept, but she took my hand and said, 'Do not weep, do not weep,' and she heaved such a sigh. The rest was torn. I cannot describe the impression that sad letter made on me. I turned it over and saw on the other side Marco's address and the date, that of the evening previous. 'Is she dead? Who is dead?' I cried, going to the alcove. 'Dead? Who?' Marco opened her eyes. She saw me with the letter in my hand. 'It is my mother,' she said, 'who is dead.' 'You are not coming?' As she spoke, she extended her hand. 'Silence,' I said. 'Sleep and leave me to myself.' She turned over and went to sleep. I looked at her for some time to assure myself that she would not hear me, and then quietly left the house. End of Chapter 4, Part 2, Book 1. Recording by Bill Borst.
Chapter 5, Part 2, Book 1 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jesse. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 5. One evening I was seated by the fire with Desgenais. The window was open. It was one of the early days in March, a harbinger of spring. It had been raining, and a sweet odor came from the garden. "What shall we do this spring?" I asked. "I do not care to travel." "I shall do what I did last year," replied Desgenais. "I shall go to the country when the time comes." "What!" I replied. "Do you do the same thing every year? Are you going to begin life over again this year?" "What would you expect me to do?" "What would I expect you to do?" I cried, jumping to my feet. "That is just like you. Ah, Desgenais, how all this wearies me! Do you never tire of this sort of life?" "No," he replied. I was standing before an engraving of the Madeleine. Involuntarily I joined my hands. "What are you doing?" asked Desgenais. "If I were an artist," I replied, "and wished to represent melancholy, I would not paint a dreamy girl with a book in her hands." "What is the matter with you this evening?" he asked, smiling. "No, in truth," I continued, "that Madeleine, in tears, has the spark of hope in her bosom. That pale and sickly hand on which she supports her head is still sweet with the perfume with which she anointed the feet of her Lord. You do not understand that in that desert there are thinking people who pray. This is not melancholy." "It is a woman who reads," he replied dryly. "And a happy woman," I continued, "and a happy book." Desgenais understood me. He saw that a profound sadness had taken possession of me. He asked if I had some secret cause of sorrow. I hesitated, but did not reply. "My dear Octave," he said, "if you have any trouble, do not hesitate to confide in me. Speak freely, and you will find that I am your friend." "I know it," I replied. "I know I have a friend. That is not my trouble." He urged me to explain. "But what will it avail," I asked, "since neither of us can help matters?" "Do you want the bottom of my heart, or merely a word and an excuse?" "Be frank," he said. "Very well," I replied. "You have seen fit to give me advice in the past, and now I ask you to listen to me as I have listened to you. You ask what is in my heart, and I am about to tell you. Take the first comer and say to him: 'Here are people who pass their lives drinking, riding, laughing, gambling, enjoying all kinds of pleasures. No barrier restrains them. Their law is their pleasure. Women are their playthings. They are rich. They have no cares, not one. All their days are days of feasting. What do you think of it? Unless that man happened to be a severe bigot, he would probably reply that that was the greatest happiness that could be imagined. Then take that man into the thick of the action, place him at a table with a woman on either side, a glass in his hand, a handful of gold every morning, and say to him: 'This is your life. While you sleep near your mistress, your horses neigh in the stables. While you drive your horses along the boulevards, your wines are ripening in your vaults. While you pass away the night drinking, the bankers are increasing your wealth. You have but to express a wish and your desires are gratified. You are the happiest of men. But take care lest some night of carousal you drink too much and destroy the capacity of your body for enjoyment. That would be a serious misfortune, for all the ills that afflict human flesh can be cured, except that. You ride some night through the woods with joyous companions. Your horse falls, and you are thrown into a ditch filled with mud, and it may be that your companions, in the midst of their happy fanfares, will not hear your cry of anguish. It may be that the sound of their trumpets will die away in the distance, while you drag your broken limbs through the deserted forest. Some night you will lose at the gaming table. Fortune has its bad days. When you return to your home and are seated before the fire, do not strike your forehead with your hands, and do not allow sorrow to moisten your cheeks with tears. Do not bitterly cast your eyes about here and there as though seeking for a friend. Do not, under any circumstances, think of those who, under some thatched roof, enjoy a tranquil life and who sleep holding each other by the hand. For before you, on your luxurious bed, will sit a pale creature who loves your money. You will seek from her consolation for your grief, and she will remark that you are very sad and ask if your loss was considerable. The tears from your eyes will concern her deeply, for they may be the cause of allowing her dress to grow old or the rings to drop from her fingers. Do not name him who won your money that night, for she may meet him on the morrow, and she may make sweet eyes at him that would destroy your remaining happiness. That is what is to be expected of human frailty. Have you the strength to endure it? Are you a man? Beware of disgust. It is an incurable evil. Death is more to be desired than a living distaste for life. Have you a heart? Beware of love, for it is worse than disease for a debauchee, and it is ridiculous. Debauchees pay their mistresses, and the woman who sells herself has no right but that of contempt for the purchaser. Are you passionate? Take care of your face. It is shameful for a soldier to throw down his arms, and for a debauchee to appear to hold to anything. His glory consists in touching nothing except with hands of marble that have been bathed in oil, in order that nothing may stick to them. Are you hot-headed? If you desire to live, learn how to kill, for wine is a wrangler. Have you a conscience? Take care of your slumber, for a debauchee who repents too late is like a ship that leaks. It can neither return to land nor continue on its course. The winds can with difficulty move it, the ocean yawns for it, it careens and disappears. If you have a body, look out for suffering. If you have a soul, despair awaits you. O unhappy one, beware of men. While they walk along the same path with you, you will seem to see a vast plain strewn with garlands where a happy throng of dancers trip the gladsome furandole standing in a circle, each a link in an endless chain. It is but a mirage. Those who look down know that they are dancing on a silken thread, stretched over an abyss that swallows up all who fall, and shows not even a ripple on its surface. What foot is sure? Nature herself seems to deny you her divine consolation. Trees and flowers are yours no more. You have broken your mother's laws. You are no longer one of her foster children. The birds of the field become silent when you appear. You are alone. Beware of God. You are face to face with him, standing like a cold statue upon the pedestal of will. The rain from heaven no longer refreshes you. It undermines and weakens you. The passing wind no longer gives you the kiss of life, the benediction on all that lives and breathes. It buffets you and makes you stagger. Every woman who kisses you takes from you a spark of life, and gives you none in return. You exhaust yourself on phantoms. Wherever falls a drop of our sweat, there springs up one of those sinister weeds that grow in graveyards. Die! You are the enemy of all who love. Blot yourself from the face of the earth. Do not wait for old age. Do not leave a child behind you. Do not fecundate a drop of your corrupted blood. Vanish as does the smoke. Do not deprive a single blade of living grass of a ray of sunlight. When I had spoken these words, I fell back in my chair and a flood of tears streamed from my eyes. "Ah, Desgenais," I cried, sobbing, "this is not what you told me. Did you not know it? And if you did, why did you not tell me of it?" But Desgenais sat still with folded hands. He was as pale as a shroud, and a long tear trickled down his cheek. A moment of silence ensued. The clock struck. I suddenly remembered that it was this hour and this day, 1 year ago, that my mistress deceived me. "Do you hear that clock?" I cried. "Do you hear it? I do not know what it means at this moment, but it is a terrible hour and one that will count in my life." I was beside myself and scarcely knew what I was saying. But that instant a servant rushed into the room. He took my hand and led me aside, whispering in my ear: "Sir, I have come to inform you that your father is dying. He has just been seized with an attack of apoplexy, and the physicians despair of his life." End of chapter 5, part 2, book 1. End of part 2. End of book 1.
Chapter 1, Part 3, Book 2, of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Meilinger. Confession of a Child of the Century, by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendrell Warren. Book 2, Part 3, Chapter 1. My father lived in the country, some miles from Paris. When I arrived, I found a physician at the door, who said to me, "You are too late. Your father expressed a desire to see you before he died." I entered and saw my father dead. "Sir," I said to the physician, "please have everyone retire, that I may be alone here. My father had something to say to me, and he will say it." In obedience to my order the servants left the room. I approached the bed and raised the shroud which already covered the face, but when my eyes fell on that face, I stooped to kiss, and lost consciousness. When I recovered, I heard someone say, "If he requests it, you must refuse him on some pretext or other." I understood that they wanted to get me away from the bed of death, so I feigned that I had heard nothing. When they saw that I was resting quietly, they left me. I waited until the house was quiet, and then took a candle and made my way to my father's room. I found there a young priest seated near the bed. "Sir," I said, "to dispute with an orphan the last vigil at her father's side is a bold enterprise. I do not know what your orders may be. You may refrain in the adjoining room. If anything happens, I alone am responsible." He retired. A single candle on the table shone on the bed. I sat down in the chair the priest had just left, and again uncovered those features I was to see for the last time. "What do you wish to say to me, father?" I asked. "What was your last thought concerning your child?" My father had a book in which he was accustomed to write from day to day the record of his life. That book lay on the table, and I saw it was open. I kneeled before it. On the open page were these words and no more: "Adieu, my son, I love you, and I die." I did not shed a tear, not a sob came from my lips. My throat was swollen and my mouth sealed. I looked at my father without moving. He knew my life, and my irregularities had caused him much sorrow and anxiety. He did not refer to my future, to my youth and my follies. His advice had often saved me from some evil course, and had influenced my entire life, for his life had been one of singular virtue and kindness. I supposed that before dying he wished to see me, to try once more to turn me from the path of error, but that had come too swiftly. He felt that he could express all he had to say in one word, and he wrote in his book that he loved me. End of Chapter 1 of Part 3 of Book 2.
Chapter 2, Part 3, Book 2 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 2, Part 3, Chapter 2. A small wooden railing was placed around my father's grave. According to his expressed wish, he was buried in the village cemetery. Every day I visited his tomb, and passed part of the day on a little bench in the interior of the vault. The rest of the time I lived alone in the house in which he died, and I kept with me only one servant. Whatever sorrows the passions may cause, the woes of life are not to be compared with those of death. My first thought, as I sat beside my father's bedside, was that I was a helpless child, knowing nothing, understanding nothing. I cannot say that my heart felt physical pain, but I sometimes bent over and wrung my hands, as one who wakens from a long sleep. During the first months of my life in the country, I had no thought of either the past or the future. It did not seem to be I who had lived up to that time. What I felt was not despair, and in no way resembled the terrible grief I had experienced in the past. There was a sort of languor in every action, a sense of fatigue with all of life, a poignant bitterness that was eating out my heart. I held a book in my hand all day long, but I did not read. I did not even know what I dreamed about. I had no thoughts. Within all was silence. I had received such a violent blow, and yet one that was so prolonged in its effect, that I remained a purely passive being, and there seemed to be no reaction. My servant, Larive by name, had been much attached to my father. He was, after my father himself, probably the best man I have ever known. He was the same height, and wore the clothes my father had left him, having no livery. He was about the same age, that is, his hair was turning gray, and during the 20 years he had lived with my father, he had learned some of his ways. While I was pacing up and down the room after dinner, I heard him doing the same in the hall. Although the door was open, he did not enter, and not a word was spoken. But from time to time we would look at each other and weep. The entire evening would pass thus, and it would be late in the night before I would ask for a light or get one myself. Everything about the house was left unchanged. Not a piece of paper was moved. The great leather armchair in which my father sat stood near the fire, his table and his books just as he left them. I respected even the dust on these articles, which in life he never liked to see disturbed. The walls of that solitary house, accustomed to silence and the most tranquil life, seemed to look down on me in pity as I sat in my father's chair, enveloped in his dressing gown. A feeble voice seemed to whisper, "Where is the father? It is plain to see that this is an orphan." I received several letters from Paris, and replied to each that I desired to pass the summer alone in the country, as my father was accustomed to do. I began to realize that in all evil there is some good, and that sorrow, whatever else may be said of it, is a means of repose. Whatever the message brought by those who are sent by God, they always accomplish the happy result of awakening us from the sleep of the world, and when they speak, all are silent. Passing sorrows blaspheme and accuse heaven. Great sorrows neither accuse nor blaspheme. They listen. In the morning I passed entire hours in the contemplation of nature. My windows overlooked a valley, in the midst of which arose the village steeple. All was plain and calm. Spring, with its budding leaves and flowers, did not produce on me the sinister effect of which the poets speak, who find in the contrasts of life the mockery of death. I looked upon that frivolous idea, if it was serious and not a simple antithesis made in pleasantry, as the conceit of a heart that has known no real experience. The gambler who leaves the table at break of day, his eyes burning and hands empty, may feel that he is at war with nature, like the torch at some hideous vigil. But what can the budding leaves say to a child who mourns a lost father? The tears of his eyes are sisters of the rose. The leaves of the willow are themselves tears. It is when I look at the sky, the woods and the prairies, that I understand men who seek consolation. Larive had no more desire to console me than to console himself. At the time of my father's death, he feared I would sell the property and take him to Paris. I did not know what he had learned of my past life, but I had noticed his anxiety, and when he saw me settle down in the old home, he gave me a glance that went to my heart. One day I had a large portrait of my father sent from Paris, and placed in the dining room. When Larive entered the room to serve me, he saw it. He hesitated, looked at the portrait, and then at me. In his eyes there shone a melancholy joy that I could not fail to understand. It seemed to say, "What happiness! We are to suffer here in peace." I gave him my hand, which he covered with tears and kisses. He looked upon my grief as the mistress of his own. When I visited my father's tomb in the morning, I found him there watering the flowers. When he saw me, he went away and returned home. He followed me in my rambles. When I was on my horse, I did not expect him to follow me, but when I saw him trudging down the valley, wiping the sweat from his brow, I bought a small horse from a peasant and gave it to him. Thus we rode through the woods together. In the village were some people of our acquaintance who frequently visited my father. My door was closed to them, although I regretted it, but I could not see any one with patience. Sometime, when sure to be free from interruption, I hoped to examine my father's papers. Finally, Larive brought them to me, and untying the package with trembling hand, spread them before me. Upon reading the first pages, I felt in my heart that vivifying freshness that characterizes the air near a lake of cool water. The sweet serenity of my father's soul exhaled as a perfume from the dusty leaves I was unfolding. The journal of his life lay open before me. I could count the diurnal throbbings of that noble heart. I began to yield to the influence of a dream that was both sweet and profound, and in spite of the serious firmness of his character, I discovered an ineffable grace, the flower of kindness. While I read, the recollection of his death mingled with the narrative of his life. I cannot tell with what sadness I followed that limpid stream until its waters mingled with those of the ocean. "O just man!" I cried, "fearless and stainless, what candor in thy experience! Thy devotion to thy friends, thy admiration for nature, thy sublime love of God, this is thy life, there is no place in thy heart for anything else. The spotless snow on the mountain summit is not more pure than thy saintly old age, thy white hair resembles it. O father, father, give thy snowy locks to me, they are younger than my blonde head. Let me live and die as thou hast lived and died. I wish to plant in the soil over your grave the green branch of my young life. I will water it with my tears, and the God of orphans will protect that sacred twig nourished by the grief of youth and the memory of age." After having read these precious papers, I classified them and arranged them in order. I formed a resolution to write a journal myself. I had one made just like that of my father, and carefully searching out the minor details of his life, I tried to conform my life to his. Thus, whenever I heard the clock strike the hour, tears came to my eyes. "This," said I, "is what my father did at this hour." And whether it was reading, walking, or eating, I never failed to follow his example. Thus I accustomed myself to a calm and regular life. There was an indefinable charm about this orderly life that did me good. I went to bed with a sense of comfort and happiness, such as I had not known for a long time. My father spent much of his time about the garden. The rest of the day was devoted to walking and study. a nice adjustment of bodily and mental exercise. At the same time, I followed his example in doing little acts of benevolence among the unfortunate. I began to search for those who were in need of my assistance, and there were many of them in the valley. I soon became known among the poor. My message to them was: when the heart is good, sorrow is sacred. For the first time in my life, I was happy. God blessed my tears, and sorrow taught me virtue. End of chapter 2, part 3, book 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 3, part 3, book 2 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 2, Part 3, Chapter 3. One evening, as I was walking under a row of linden trees on the outskirts of the village, I saw a young woman come from a house some distance from the road. She was dressed simply and veiled so that I could not see her face, but her form and her carriage seemed so charming that I followed her with my eyes for some time. As she was crossing a field, a white goat, running at liberty through the grass, ran to her side. She caressed it softly, and looked about as though searching for some favorite herb to feed it. I saw near me some wild mulberry. I plucked a branch and stepped up to her, holding it in my hand. The goat watched my approach with apprehension. He was afraid to take the branch from my hand. His mistress made a sign as though to encourage him, but he looked at her with an air of anxiety. She then took the branch from my hand, and the goat promptly accepted it from hers. I bowed, and she passed on her way. On my return home, I asked Larive if he knew who lived in the house I described to him. It was a small house, modest in appearance, with a garden. He recognized it. There were but two people in the house, an old woman who was very religious, and a young woman whose name was Madame Pierson. It was she I had seen. I asked him who she was, and if she ever came to see my father. He replied that she was a widow, that she led a retired life, and that she had visited my father but rarely. When I had learned all he knew, I returned to the lindens and sat down on a bench. I do not know what feeling of sadness came over me as I saw the goat approaching me. I arose from my seat, and for distraction I followed the path I had seen Madame Pierson take, a path that led to the mountains. It was nearly 11 in the evening before I thought of returning. As I had walked some distance, I directed my steps toward a farmhouse, intending to ask for some milk and bread. drops of rain began to splash at my feet, announcing a thunder shower which I was anxious to escape. Although there was a light in the house, and I could hear the sound of feet going and coming through the house, no one responded to my knock, and I walked around to one of the windows to ascertain if there was any one within. I saw a bright fire burning in the lower hall. The farmer, whom I knew, was sitting near his bed. I knocked on the window pane and called to him. Just then the door opened, and I was surprised to see Madame Pierson, who inquired who was there. I waited a moment in order to conceal my astonishment. I then entered the house and asked permission to remain until the storm should pass. I could not imagine what she was doing at such an hour in this deserted spot. Suddenly I heard a plaintive voice from the bed, and turning my head, I saw the farmer's wife lying there with the mark of death on her face. Madame Pierson, who had followed me, sat down before the old man, who was bowed down with sorrow. She made me a sign to make no noise, as the sick woman was sleeping. I took a chair and sat in a corner until the storm passed. While I sat there, I saw her rise from time to time and whisper something to the farmer. One of the children, whom I took upon my knee, said that she came every night since the mother's illness. She performed the duties of a sister of charity. There was no one else in the country who could do it. There was but one physician, and he was very inferior. "That is Brigitte la Rose," said the child. "Do you not know her?" "No," I replied in a low voice. "Why do you call her by such a name?" He replied that he did not know, unless it was because she had been rosy and the name had clung to her. As Madame Pierson had laid aside her veil, I could see her face. When the child left me, I raised my head. She was standing near the bed, holding in her hand a cup which she was offering the sick woman, who had awakened. She appeared to be pale and thin, her hair was ashen blonde. Her beauty was not of the regular type. How shall I express it? Her large dark eyes were fixed on those of her patient, and those eyes that shone with approaching death returned her gaze. There was in that simple exchange of kindness and gratitude a beauty that can not be described. The rain was falling in torrents, a heavy darkness settled over the lonely mountain side, pierced by occasional flashes of lightning. The noise of the storm, the roaring of the wind, the wrath of the unchained elements made a deep contrast with the religious calm which prevailed in the little cottage. I looked at the wretched bed, at the broken windows, the puffs of smoke forced from the fire by the tempest. I observed the helpless despair of the farmer, the superstitious terror of the children, the fury of the elements besieging the bed of death. And when, in the midst of all that, I saw that gentle, pale faced woman going and coming, bravely meeting the duties of the moment, regardless of the tempest and of our presence, It seemed to me that there was in that calm performance something more serene than the most cloudless sky, and that there was something superhuman about this woman, who, surrounded by such horrors, did not for an instant lose her faith in God. What woman is this? I wondered. Whence comes she, and how long has she been here? A long time since. They remember when her cheeks were rosy. How is it I have never heard of her? She comes to this spot alone, and at this hour. Yes, she has traversed these mountains and valleys through storm and fair weather. She goes hither and thither, bearing life and hope wherever they fail, holding in her hand that fragile cup, caressing her goat as she passes. And this is what has been going on in this valley while I have been dining and gambling. She was probably born here, and will be buried in a corner of the cemetery by the side of her father. Thus will that obscure woman die, a woman of whom no one speaks, and of whom the children say, "Do you not know her?" I cannot express what I experienced. I sat quietly in my corner, scarcely breathing, and it seemed to me that if I had tried to assist her, if I had reached out my hand to spare her a single step, I would have been guilty of sacrilege. I would have touched sacred vessels. The storm lasted 2 hours. When it subsided, the sick woman sat up in her bed and said that she felt better, that the medicine she had taken had done her good. The children ran to the bedside, looking up into their mother's face with great eyes that expressed both surprise and joy. "I am very sure you are well," said the husband, who had not stirred from his seat, "for we have had a mass celebrated, and it cost us a large sum." At that coarse and stupid expression, I glanced at Madame Pierson. Her swollen eyes, her pallor, her attitude, all clearly expressed fatigue and the exhaustion of long vigils. "Ah, my poor man," said the farmer's wife, "may God reward you." I could hardly contain myself, I was so angered by the stupidity of these brutes, who were capable of crediting the work of charity to the avarice of a cure. I was about to reproach them for their ingratitude, and treat them as they deserved, when Madame Pierson took one of the children in her arms, and said with a smile, "You may kiss your mother, for she is saved." I stopped when I heard these words. Never was the naive contentment of a happy and benevolent heart painted in such beauty on so sweet a face. Fatigue and pallor seemed to be gone, she became radiant with joy. A few minutes later, Madame Pierson told the children to call the farmer's boy to conduct her home. I advanced to offer my services. I told her that it was useless to awaken the boy, as I was going in the same direction, and that she would do me an honor by accepting my offer. She asked me if I was not Octave de T. I replied that I was, and that she doubtless remembered my father. It struck me as strange that she should smile at that question. She cheerfully accepted my arm, and we set out on our return. Chapter 3, Part 3, Book 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 4, Part 3, Book 2 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 2, Part 3. Chapter 4. We walked along without a word. The wind was lowering, the trees quivered gently, shaking the rain from the boughs. Some distant flashes of lightning could still be seen. The perfume of humid verdure filled the warm air. The sky soon cleared and the moon illumined the mountain. I could not help thinking of the freakishness of chance, which had seen fit to make me the solitary companion of a woman of whose existence I knew nothing a few hours before. She had accepted me as her escort on account of the name I bore, and leaned on my arm with quiet confidence. In spite of her distracted air, it seemed to me that this confidence was either very bold or very simple, and she must needs be either the one or the other, for at each step I felt my heart becoming at once proud and innocent. We spoke of the sick woman she had just left, of the scenes along the route. It did not occur to us to ask the questions incident to a new acquaintance. She spoke to me of my father, and always in the same tone I had noted when I first revealed my name, that is, cheerfully, almost gaily. By degrees I thought I understood why she did this, observing that she spoke thus of all, both living and dead, of life and of suffering and death. It was because human sorrows had taught her nothing that could accuse God, and I felt the piety of her smile. I told her of the solitary life I was leading. Her aunt, she said, had seen more of my father than she, as they sometimes played cards together after dinner. She urged me to visit them, assuring me a welcome. When about halfway home, she complained of fatigue and sat down to rest on a bench that the heavy foliage had protected from the rain. I stood before her and watched the pale light of the moon playing on her face. After a moment's silence, she arose and in a constrained manner observed: "What are you thinking? It is time for us to think of returning." "I was wondering," I replied, "why God created you, and I was saying to myself that it was for the sake of those who suffer." "That is an expression which, coming from you, I cannot look upon except as a compliment." "Why?" I asked. "Because you appear to be very young." "It sometimes happens," I said, "that one is older than the face would seem to indicate." Yes, she replied, smiling, and it sometimes happens that one is younger than his words would seem to indicate. Have you no faith in experience? I know that it is the name most young men give to their follies and their disappointments. What can one know at your age? Madame, a man of 20 may know more than a woman of 30. The liberty which men enjoy enables them to see more of life and its experiences than women. They go wherever they please, and no barrier restrains them. They test life in all its phases. When inspired by hope, they press forward to achievement. What they will, they accomplish. When they have reached the end, they return. Hope has been lost on the route, and happiness has broken its word. As I was speaking, we reached the summit of a little hill which sloped down to the valley. Madame Pierson, yielding to the downward tendency, began to trip lightly down the incline. Without knowing why, I did the same, and we ran down the hill arm in arm. The long grass under our feet retarded our progress. Finally, like two birds spent with flight, we reached the foot of the mountain. "Behold," cried Madame Pierson, "just a short time ago I was tired, but now I am rested. And believe me," she added with a charming smile, "you should treat your experience as I have treated my fatigue. We have made good time, and will enjoy supper the more on that account." End of Chapter 4, Part 3, Book 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 5, Part 3, Book 2 of Confession of a Child of the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie. Confession of a Child of the Century by Alfred de Musset. Translated by Kendall Warren. Book 2, Part 3, Chapter 5. I went to call upon her the next morning. I found her at the piano, her old aunt at the window sewing, the little room filled with flowers, the sunlight streaming through the blinds, a large birdcage at her side. I expected to find her somewhat religious, at least one of those women of the provinces who know nothing of what happens 2 leagues away, and who live in a certain narrow circle from which they never escape. I confess that such isolated life, which is found here and there in small towns under 1,000 unknown roofs, had always produced on me the effect of stagnant pools of water. The air does not seem respirable. In everything on earth that is forgotten, there is something of death. On Madame Pierson's table were some papers and new books. They looked as though they had not been more than touched. In spite of the simplicity of everything around her, of furniture and dress, it was easy to recognize mode, that is to say, life. She did not live for this alone, but that goes without saying. What struck me in her taste was that there was nothing bizarre. Everything breathed of youth and pleasantness. Her conversation indicated a finished education. There was no subject on which she could not speak well and with ease. While admitting that she was naive, it was evident that she was at the same time profound in thought and fertile in resource. An intelligence at once broad and free soared gently over a simple heart and over the habits of a retired life. The sea swallow, whirling through the azure heavens, soars thus over the blade of grass that marks its nest. We talked of literature, music, and even politics. She had visited Paris during the winter. From time to time she dipped into the world. What she saw there served as a basis for what she divined. But her distinguishing trait was gaiety, a cheerfulness that, while not exactly joy itself, was constant and unalterable. It might be said that she was born a flower, and that her perfume was gaiety. Her pallor, her large dark eyes, her manner at certain moments, all led me to believe that she had suffered. I know not what it was that seemed to say that the sweet serenity of her brow was not of this world, but had come from God, and that she would return it to him spotless in spite of man. And there were times when she reminded one of the careful housewife, who, when the wind blows, holds her hand before the candle. When I had been in the house half an hour, I could not help saying what was in my heart. I thought of my past life, of my disappointment and my ennui. I walked to and fro, breathing the fragrance of the flowers and looking at the sun. I asked her to sing, and she did so with good grace. In the meantime I leaned on the window sill and watched the birds flitting about the garden. A saying of Montaigne's came into my head: I neither love nor esteem sadness, although the world has invested it at a given price with the honor of its particular favor. They dress up in it wisdom, virtue, conscience. Stupid and absurd adornment! What happiness! I cried in spite of myself. What repose! What joy! What forgetfulness of self! The good aunt raised her head and looked at me with an air of astonishment. Madame Pierson stopped short. I became red as fire when conscious of my folly, and sat down without a word. We went out into the garden. The white goat I had seen the evening before was lying in the grass. It came up to her and followed us about the garden. When we reached the end of the garden walk, a large young man with a pale face, clad in a kind of black cassock, suddenly appeared at the railing. He entered without knocking and bowed to Madame Pierson. It seemed to me that his face, which I considered a bad omen, darkened a little when he saw me. He was a priest I had often seen in the village, and his name was Mercanson. He came from Saint-Sulpice, and was related to the cure of the parish. He was large and at the same time pale, a thing which always displeased me, and which is in fact unpleasant. It impresses one as a sort of diseased healthfulness. Moreover, he had the slow yet jerky way of speaking that characterizes the pedant. Even his manner of walking, which was not that of youth and health, repelled me. As for his glance, it might be said that he had none. I do not know what to think of a man whose eyes have nothing to say. These are the signs which led to an unfavorable opinion of Mercanson, an opinion which was unfortunately correct. He sat down on a bench and began to talk about Paris, which he called the modern Babylon. He had been there, he knew every one. He knew Madame de B., who was an angel. He had preached sermons in her salon and was listened to on bended knee. The worst of this was that it was true. One of his friends who had introduced him there had been expelled from school for having seduced a girl. A terrible thing to do, very sad. He paid Madame Pierson 1,000 compliments for her charitable deeds throughout the country. He had heard of her benefactions, her care for the sick, her vigils at the bed of suffering and of death. It was very beautiful and noble. He would not fail to speak of it at Saint-Sulpice. Did he not seem to say that he would not fail to speak of it to God? Wearied by this harangue, in order to conceal my rising disgust, I sat down on the grass and began to play with the goat. Mercanson turned on me his dull and lifeless eye. "The celebrated Vergniaud," said he, "was afflicted with that mania of sitting on the ground and playing with animals." "It is a mania," I replied very innocently. "If there were none others, the world would get along without so much meddling on the part of others." My reply did not please him. He frowned and changed the subject. He was charged with a commission. His uncle, the cure, had spoken to him of a poor devil who was unable to earn his daily bread. He lived in such and such a place. He had been there himself and was interested in him. He hoped that Madame Pierson— I was looking at her while he was speaking, wondering what reply she would make, and hoping she would say something in order to drown out the memory of the priest's voice with her gentle tones. She merely bowed, and he retired. When he had gone, our gaiety returned. We entered a greenhouse in the rear of the garden. Madame Pierson treated her flowers as she did her birds and her peasants. Everything about her must be well cared for. Each flower must have its drop of water and ray of sunlight in order that she might be gay and happy as an angel. So nothing could be in better condition than her little greenhouse. When we had made the round of the building, she said: "This is my little world. You have seen all I possess, and my domain ends here." "Madame," I said, "as my father's name has secured for me the favor of admittance here, permit me to return, and I will believe that happiness has not entirely forgotten me." She extended her hand and I touched it with respect, not daring to raise it to my lips. I returned home, closed my door and retired. There danced before my eyes a little white house. I saw myself walking through the village and knocking at the garden gate. "Oh, my poor heart!" I cried. "God be praised! You are still young, you are still capable of life and of love." One evening I was with Madame Pierson. More than 3 months had passed, during which I had seen her almost every day. And what can I say of that time, except that I saw her? "To be with those we love," said Bruyere, "suffices. To dream, to talk to them, not to talk to them, to think of them, to think of the most indifferent things, but to be near them, it is all the same." I loved. During the 3 months we had taken many long walks. I was initiated into the mysteries of her modest charity. We passed through dark streets, she on her little horse, I on foot, a small stick in my hand. Thus, half conversing, half dreaming, we knocked at the doors of cottages. There was a little bench near the edge of the wood where I was accustomed to rest after dinner. We met here regularly as though by chance. In the morning, music, reading. In the evening, cards with the aunt as in the days of my father. And she always there smiling, her presence filling my heart. by what road or providence have you led me? What irrevocable destiny am I to accomplish? What! A life so free, an intimacy so charming, so much repose, such buoyant hope! O God, of what do men complain? What is there sweeter than love? To live, yes, to feel intensely, profoundly that one exists, that one is man created by God. That is the first, the greatest gift of love. We cannot deny, however, that love is a mystery, inexplicable, profound. With all the chains, with all the pains, and I may even say, with all the disgust with which the world has surrounded it, buried as it is under a mountain of prejudices which distort and deprave it, in spite of all the orchard through which it has been dragged, love, eternal and fatal love, is none the less a celestial law as powerful and as incomprehensible as that which suspends the sun in the heavens. What is this mysterious bond, stronger and more durable than iron, that can neither be seen nor touched? What is there in meeting a woman, in looking at her, in speaking one word to her, and then never forgetting her? Why this one rather than that one? Invoke the aid of reason or habit, of the senses, the head, the heart, and explain it if you can. You will find nothing but two bodies, one here, the other there, and between them, what? Air, space, immensity. Oh, fools, who fondly imagine yourselves men, and who reason of love! Have you talked with it? No, you have felt it. You have exchanged a glance with a passing stranger, and suddenly there flies out from you something that cannot be defined, that has no name known to man. You have taken root in the ground like the seed concealed in the blade of grass, which feels the motion of life, and which is on its way to the harvest. We were alone. The window was open, the murmur of a little fountain came to us from the garden. O God, would that I could count, drop by drop, all the water that fell while we were sitting there, while she was talking and I was responding. It was there that I became intoxicated with her to the point of madness. It is said that there is nothing so rapid as a feeling of antipathy, but I believe that the road to love is more swiftly traversed. Of what avail are words spoken with the lips, when hearts listen and respond? What sweetness in the glance of a woman who begins to attract you! At first it seems as though everything that passes between you is timid and tentative, but soon there is born a strange joy, and echo answers the voice of love. The thrill of a dual life is felt. What a touch! What a strange attraction! And when love is sure of itself and recognizes fraternity in the object beloved, what serenity in the soul! Words die on the lips, for each one knows what the other is about to say before utterance has shaped the thought. Souls expand, lips are silent. Oh, what silence! What forgetfulness of all! Although my love began the first day, and had since grown to excess, the respect I felt for Madame Pierson sealed my lips. If she had been less frank in permitting me to become her friend, perhaps I would have been more bold, for she had made such a strong impression on me that I never quitted her without transports of love. But there was something in her frankness and the confidence she placed in me that checked me. Moreover, it was in my father's name that I had been treated as a friend. That consideration rendered me still more respectful, and I resolved to prove worthy of that name. To talk of love, they say, is to make love. We rarely spoke of it. Every time I happened to touch the subject, Madame Pierson led the conversation to some other topic. I did not discern her motive, but it was not prudery. It seemed to me that at such times her face took on a stern aspect, and a wave of feeling, even of suffering, passed over it. As I had never questioned her about her past life, and was unwilling to do so, I respected her obvious wishes. Sunday there was dancing in the village. She was almost always there. On those occasions her toilet, although always simple, was more elegant than usual. There was a flower in her hair, a bright ribbon, or some such bagatelle. But there was something youthful and fresh about her. The dance, which she loved for itself as an amusing exercise, seemed to inspire her with a frolicsome gaiety. Once launched on the floor, it seemed to me she allowed herself more liberty than usual, that there was an unusual familiarity. I did not dance, being still in mourning, but I managed to keep near her, and seeing her in such good humor, I was often tempted to confess my love. But for some strange reason, whenever I thought of it, I was seized with an irresistible feeling of fear. The idea of an avowal was enough to render me serious in the midst of gaiety. I conceived the idea of writing to her, but burned the letters before half finished. That evening I dined with her, and looked about me at the many evidences of a tranquil life. I thought of the quiet life that I was leading, of my happiness since I had known her, and said to myself, "Why ask for more? Does not this suffice? Who knows, perhaps God has nothing more for you." If I should tell her that I love her, what would happen? Perhaps she would forbid me the pleasure of seeing her. Would I, in speaking the words, make her happier than she is to-day? Would I be happier myself? I was leaning on the piano, and as I indulged in these reflections, sadness took possession of me. Night was coming on and she lighted a candle. While returning to her seat, she noticed a tear in my eye. "What is the matter?" she asked. I turned aside my head. I sought an excuse, but could find none. I was afraid to meet her glance. I arose and stepped to the window. The air was balmy. The moon was rising beyond those lindens where I had first met her. I fell into a profound reverie. I even forgot that she was present, and, extending my arms towards heaven, a sob welled up from my heart. She arose and stood behind me. "What is it?" she again asked. I replied that the sight of that valley, stretching out beneath us, had recalled my father's death. I took leave of her and went out. Why I decided to silence my love I cannot say. Nevertheless, instead of returning home, I began to wander about the woods like a fool. Whenever I found a bench I sat down and then jumped up precipitately. Toward midnight I approached Madame Pierson's house. She was at the window. Seeing her there, I began to tremble and tried to retrace my steps, but I was fascinated. I advanced gently and sadly and sat down beneath her window. I do not know whether she recognized me. I had been there some time when I heard her sweet, fresh voice singing the refrain of a romance, and at the same instant a flower fell on my shoulder. It was a rose she had worn that evening on her bosom. I picked it up and bore it to my lips. "Who is there at this hour? Is it you?" She called me by name. The gate leading into the garden was open. I arose without replying and entered it. I stopped before a plot of grass in the center of the garden. I was walking like a somnambulist, without knowing what I was doing. Suddenly I saw her at the door opening into the garden. She seemed to be undecided and looked attentively at the rays of the moon. She made a few steps toward me, and I advanced to meet her. I could not speak. I fell on my knees before her and seized her hand. "Listen to me," she said. "I know all. But if it has come to that, Octave, you must go away. You come here every day, and you are always welcome, are you not? Is not that enough? What more can I do for you? My friendship you have won. I wish you had been able to keep yours a little longer." End of chapter 5, part 3, book 2.